Muy feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Lo lograste. Llegaste al viernes. Lo lograste. Estás a punto de descansar o tal vez trabajar más. Depende de quién seas y qué estés haciendo. Me llamo Alejandro Salomón y bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo, damas y caballeros, donde vamos a analizar, obviamente, todas las tablas, preparar cualquier trade que se vea venir y vamos a ver cómo estamos en lo que ya estamos posicionados en este momento. Pero antes de eso, como siempre, quiero platicar con ustedes de un par de cosas. Hay varias cosas de qué platicar el día de hoy. Vamos a platicar un poco de las similitudes del 2020 con lo que está pasando ahorita. Pero antes quiero hacer un paréntesis y decir a todos mis amigos, me han estado mandando muchos mensajes y hasta correos pidiendo que hable de la nueva ley en México que están intentando pasar para que el gobierno pueda, es que no le puedo decir censura porque no lo es, para que el gobierno tenga control de lo que todo el mundo va a decir, pero es por el bienestar de todos, por supuesto. Y la razón por la que no me gustaría hablar de esto es porque no me había dado cuenta, pero les voy a decir esto. Me pidió una empresa que hiciera un TikTok para ellos, ¿no? Entonces fui y me metí a TikTok, nunca me meto a TikTok, o sea, nunca me metí a TikTok, subo el TikTok y todo, y veo que tengo un mensaje de un amigo. Y yo, cabrón, ¿por qué me está escribiendo por acá y no por WhatsApp o me manda un mensaje, lo que sea? Me metí y puse a ver todos los mensajes. Tenía una cantidad de ¿cómo se dice? Cuando de amenazas de muerte brutales, así. Y digo, güey, ¿por qué? Meto a ver y empiezo a ver una por una, ¿no? Que para mucha gente una amenaza de muerte todo el tiempo es en línea. Bienvenidos a mi mundo desde el 2008. Me meto y empiezo a ver. Es porque dije que el peso iba a bajar en contra del dólar. Nada mal, nada mal. Yo digo que está perfecto. Yo creo que es una reacción completamente justificada para toda la gente en México que absolutamente no está lavada de la cabeza. Yo creo que esto es algo que en cualquier ocasión, cualquier persona razonable hubiera hecho definitivamente. Entonces, no quiero criticar acá, quiero que quede claro. Yo apoyo muchísimo la ley de la censura del bienestar en México y les voy es que todo en México, para la gente que no vive en México, todo en México, todo dinero gratis para la gente es algo del bienestar. Y cada que se quieren chingar a algo le ponen del bienestar. Entonces todo es del bienestar. Ahorita les voy a explicar qué está pasando en México rapidísimo para todos los que les pueda importar. Ahí les va lo que están contando. Para empezar, les he dicho, la propaganda en México es algo que yo nunca había visto a este grado. México era y mi comunidad más favorita de todas en línea, poder leer todos sus mensajes, etcétera. Y les dije hace años, están empezando a enojar, se está poniendo mal, y esto con todo lo que han puesto en los medios y cómo los traen a todos en la cabeza, ya no se puede, ya no se puede. Están mucho más enojados en México ahora que en Estados Unidos. Eso nunca lo vi venir, pero ya están, ya lo lograron. En Estados Unidos me han mandado amenazas de muerte de repente aquí y allá, pero estas fueron, o sea, semanas de amenazas de muerte y después me metí a Instagram para ver si tenía eso en mis mensajes que nunca leo y también tenía mis amenazas de muerte. Entonces, yo creo que esto es muy normal, de nuevo, para toda la gente en México que me vaya a amenazar de muerte. Esto es normal, esto pasa, es perfectamente tranquilo. Esto ocurre en China, por ejemplo. Ahora también México está, por ejemplo, lo que está pasando es que México está europeandizándose. Se está volviendo más europeo, que es lo que todo el mundo quiere. Y en Europa tienen esta ley de censura donde la gente entra a tu casa porque pusiste un tweet, te llevan a la cárcel y te dejan ahí. Entonces México quiere hacerse más como Europa, que está perfecto, entendido y lo respeto con todo. Para la gente que no comprenda lo que está pasando en México, en México nuestra propaganda, que es de las más fuertes que he visto en toda mi vida, de las más fuertes y sobre todo en línea, nunca en mi vida había visto algo así, nunca, y estoy vivo en línea, y se los había dicho en Estados Unidos cuando empezó todo esto y cuando giró. Pero en México la propaganda es una bestialidad, es de aplaudirle a cómo la manejan y a qué grado. Honestamente, no es fácil poder hacer eso. Y en México, no hay propaganda, discúlpeme, por si me quieren amenazar de muerte rápidamente. No hay propaganda en México. Pero, digamos, que hay un gran control sobre cómo todo el mundo piensa. Yo me imagino que es porque todo el mundo piensa igualito. Y ahora, en México, lo que quieren hacer están agarrando un cuento propagandista que ellos mismos crearon con Estados Unidos creó comerciales donde pone, si vienes a Estados Unidos te vamos a deportar, eres un criminal, etcétera. Y en México salió la presidenta del bienestar a decir, el bienestar de todos nuestros mexicanos es que no existan estos comerciales. Podrán existir en Estados Unidos, pero por el bienestar, la dignidad, la soberanía del mexicano no deben de existir en México. Por ende, voy a introducir una nueva reforma donde yo tome control absolutamente de todos los medios, las redes sociales, los putos medios televisores, todo, para que si dicen algo, los americanos, no ustedes, obviamente, ustedes no, tranquilos, la gente del bienestar va a continuar con su bienestar, tranquila, entonces no van a ser censurados, por supuesto que no, esto es la censura del bienestar, que es para detener a estos gringos locos de mierda, diciendo cosas tan locas como si vienes y rompes nuestras leyes a Estados Unidos, te vamos a deportar como el criminal que eres. Eso es lo que no queremos. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que hizo? Y para esto, a este punto, mucha gente se pregunta, ok, y en México ponen una reforma, esta reforma es de 220 páginas, la sacan a las 10 de la noche y quieren firmarla a las 10 de la mañana, una bola de huevones que por supuesto no leyó nada. Pero esto es México, de eso se trata. Y a fin de cuentas, ¿van a pasar esto o no? Me da igual. Me da absolutamente igual. Pueden censurar YouTube por completo, pueden censurar un sitio por completo, pueden censurar una televisora por completo, podrán hacer todo esto, pero no importa, es por el bienestar de todos. Así que a todo el mundo en México la buena noticia es, güey, si algo no te gusta, ponte tú, porque yo pensaría, el bienestar para mí es que no haya crimen. Solo soy yo. Yo sé que eso es de estúpidos y de gente tonta como yo, y ustedes no quieren nada que ver con eso. Pero, por ejemplo, para mí el bienestar es no tener crimen, ¿no? Y normalmente diría, güey, me quiero ir a algún lugar donde haya bienestar, donde no haya crimen. Pensaría, pues me voy a ir a Estados Unidos. Eso en el pasado, obviamente el crimen en Estados Unidos ha subido. Tampoco, no exageremos, no es nada que ver como en México, por ejemplo. Pero en Estados Unidos el crimen ha subido. Y estaba pensando, ¿a dónde me voy a ir? Estaba pensando, Dubái, acá, mi mujer no me dejó, etcétera. Nos quedamos acá. Es lo que es, mandilón. Pero la buena noticia es para toda la gente en México que dice, güey, está carísimo irme a vivir a Estados Unidos, ¿no? Lo que ya puedes hacer es irte a vivir a China. Y muchos van a decir, pero ¿cómo? En China los controlan todos y están llenos de propaganda. Ahí estás, ahí estás. Mano de obra barata, salarios muy bajos, el costo de vida es bajo, entonces ya te puedes ir a China. Tranquilito de la vida a disfrutar. Y de nuevo, no estoy diciendo que esté mal, yo, la censura del bienestar tiene que ocurrir. No queremos que gente nos diga absolutamente nada y queremos que nuestra presidenta con dignidad, con soberanía y con todas las cosas que siempre nos dice, pueda ella misma detener todo el malestar que está intentando entrar en tus redes sociales, en tu periódico, en tus noticias, en tu televisión, en tu radio. Yo digo que es lo correcto, ahí está, para que no me manden amenazas de muerte, perfecta la censura, y si no te gusta o la censura te gusta, no, porque es la censura del bienestar, te tiene que gustar, obviamente, y dices, güey, ¿sabes qué? Está chida la censura del bienestar, podrías darte todavía una censura del bienestar, una idea de la censura del bienestar más grande yéndote a China. Bastante divertido, honestamente. Pero bueno, dejemos eso para atrás y ahora vamos a platicar de lo que parece el 2020. Cabrones, cabrones, es una absoluta locura lo que estamos viendo y nadie dice nada. Estamos en esta guerra de aranceles tan potente y tiene a todo el mundo distraído en eso. Estoy viendo en las tablas, en todas las tablas, ya hay setups de, ¿cómo se llama? Del DXY, ¿no? Del dólar en contra de todas las otras monedas relativas. Hay setups en el peso contra el dólar. Hay setups en el bono a 10 años, el bono a 30 años, en todo. Setups de volatilidad que están preparados a dar un movimiento monstruoso. Todo. Las cosas más importantes, euro contra dólar, todo. Está preparando un movimiento en tablas de semana, 2 semanas, mensual y hasta trimestral a veces, agresivo. Agresivo, agresivo, agresivo. Y lo estamos viendo en otros tipos de índices también y de valores. Y mucha gente va a decir, ¿y eso qué? Ok, esto quiere decir que hay dos cosas que pueden pasar. Estos setups agresivos van a llevar todo para arriba o para abajo y depende de qué estés viendo. Vamos a dar un ejemplo. Si ahorita el setup del dólar lleva el dólar para abajo, el euro explotaría la alza, el euro sería 1.5 a 1.7, la libra sería $2 por libra, el peso mexicano se iría a 15 pesos otra vez. Eso es lo que pasaría si el setup se da de ese lado. Ahora lo que va y está ocurriendo, y eso también diría que los intereses, porque la gente también mencionó los intereses subirían como locos en Estados Unidos, olvídense el 5%, nos iríamos a 6, 7, 8%. Eso es lo que una de las posibilidades que nos dice la tabla, porque todavía no ha jugado el setup de volatilidad. Y la otra nos está diciendo que todo lo que les acabo de decir podría ser al revés. El dólar explota a la alza, el peso se va a la mierda a veintitantos, yo digo 27 es donde yo espero ver al peso fondear, y ahí va a ser el fondo del mercado americano. Y la razón por la que lo digo es en el 2008, el peso, cuando tocó fondo contra el dólar, fue el fondo del mercado, fue el fondo de la bolsa en Estados Unidos. Cuando el peso tocó 25 pesos por dólar en la pandemia en el 2020, ese fue el fondo del mercado en Estados Unidos, de la bolsa. Entonces, lo que estoy yo esperando es lo mismo. Y mucha gente va a decir, güey, si es tan fácil, ¿por qué nadie lo hace? No sé. Y lo he dicho en fuerte y se los he puesto a todos, pero a nadie le importa esa correlación. Y esa es la correlación que me dijo que algo había en los mercados que estaba jodido cuando el peso explotó de 15.50 o 16.40, lo que haya sido, hasta 18 y cacho. Esa semana antes hasta me habían pagado alguien para hacer un promo de un exchange y dije, güey, va a ser perfecto, puedo hablar del peso porque el peso está a punto de reventar el dólar está a punto de reventar a la alza en contra del peso. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante esto? Porque lo que estamos viendo hay varias cosas, sobre todo con el mensajeo de Estados Unidos. No sé cuántos de ustedes han estado siguiendo las noticias en Estados Unidos o lo que nos dicen y los ponen enfrente, que no se lo recomiendo a nadie. Honestamente, es para vivir enojado todo el tiempo, no vale la pena. Pero nos ponen enfrente, ya salió el CEO de BlackRock, ¿no? El fondo más grande de todo el planeta, que tiene más de, me parece que son 17 trillones de dólares, o entre 11 y 17 trillones, no me acuerdo. Una locura cuánto dinero tienen y maneja Larry Fink. Larry Fink salió a decir, estamos en una recesión. Goldman Sachs también salió a decir, estamos en una recesión. Bloomberg Intelligence, que nunca lo habían hecho en el tiempo presente, están diciendo, estamos viendo algo que nunca habíamos visto. Y eso lo podemos relacionar simplemente con nuestras empresas viendo bajones grandes de 20 a 30%. Lo estamos viendo con los resultados de Tesla, por ejemplo, donde están vendiendo menos coches y te están intentando vender la idea de que todo está bien. Lo mismo con Rivian, están vendiendo mucho menos coches. Lo mismo con todas las marcas de coches. Estamos viendo bienes raíces en Estados Unidos con la menor actividad que hemos tenido en toda la historia desde que llevamos datos. También vamos a tener en mayo a toda la gente que Biden le había dicho, güey, no te preocupes, nosotros vamos, no te preocupes, no sé cómo habla Biden, nosotros vamos a pagar por todas tus deudas estudiantiles, lo vamos a hacer. Trump dijo, ni madres, como debe de ser, porque no las paga el gobierno, las pagamos nosotros con nuestros impuestos y no es justo que a ciertas personas les ayuden y a ciertas no. Entonces, vámonos con el trato que todos firmaron, que es, te la pelas. Y ahora, en mayo, van a levantar todas las restricciones que puso Biden para empezar a sacarle dinero a la cuenta de esta gente. Los va a dejar en la calle. La última vez que tuvimos un jalón de ese gasto, que fue que intentaron empezar a cobrar otra vez, fue en septiembre del 2023. Septiembre del 2023, todos recuerdan, Ray Dalio salió a darnos un aviso, los bonos hicieron lo que hicieron tope y bajaron. Ese fue el tope de los bonos, el rendimiento de los bonos en 5.15%, me parece que fue el de 10 años, que es por excelencia el que mido, porque es el que importa cuando volteo a ver mis hipotecas y mis préstamos a largo plazo para mis negocios, etcétera. Necesito ver el bono a 10 años, por eso es tan importante y lo sigo repitiendo. Entonces, con todo esto dicho, todo el mundo cree que lo peor ya pasó, porque lo que estábamos midiendo era lo de los aranceles y todo esto. Pero en realidad lo que estamos viendo en China, por consecuencia de todas estas pláticas, y ahora yo no entiendo por qué tiene que llegar a este punto. De nuevo, el hecho que todo el mundo crea que es un experto en aranceles es una locura. El hecho de que la misma gente que hace videos de YouTube, yo personalmente no sé nada de aranceles, no les voy a engañar. O sea, sé lo que sé para mis empresas y sé que si me ponen una restricción tengo que simplemente cambiar mi logística e irme a otro lugar. Pero es lo que yo sé. Yo no entiendo cómo afecte la dinámica económica mundial. No les voy a mentir, yo no soy... Igual y soy muy pendejo y no soy tan inteligente como cualquier persona que solamente abre un canal de YouTube para hablar de una cosa y luego leyó 2 puntitos y ya. No, pero yo no entiendo eso. Y ahorita lo que estamos viendo en China es todos los puertos están congelados, llenos de todas estos, ¿cómo se dicen? Mierda, cuando compras para poner todos los productos adentro, no puedo creer que se me esté yendo el nombre. Todas estas cajas, estos contenedores gigantescos están ahí parados y no están moviéndose. Y eso está afectando. Los puertos en Estados Unidos están vacíos, los puertos en todo el mundo están vacíos. Y aquí es donde todo el mundo estamos de, ok, y ese solamente es un ejemplo, porque en el 2020 lo que vimos fue un poco lo que nos están dando ahorita. Porque además, todos estos setups que estamos viendo en las tablas, en volatilidad que están a punto de reventar, lo vimos en el 2019. Idéntico. O sea, que haya pasado la pandemia de la nada fue una coincidencia brutal que ya el mercado estaba poniendo enfrente de nosotros. Y lo que hicieron fue oficialmente cambiar la forma en la que consumimos. Y luego lo justificaron diciendo este es el movimiento correcto, dándonos un chingo de dinero para tapar el hoyo, que el hoyo está regresando otra vez. Y ahora estamos de vuelta acá y viene otro golpe de esos. Y el golpe de esto tiene que ver con consumo. La razón por la que están sacando a todos estos títeres, a todos estos CEOs tan potentes a decir que estamos en una recesión, es porque te están preparando mentalmente para cuando lo hagan. Porque recuerda, cuando te acepten que ya estamos en recesión, el mercado o ya fondeó 15 días antes o va a fondear dentro de 15 días después. Ese es el promedio en todos los anuncios de recesión en Estados Unidos. Te los dan ya de, no, güey, sí nos fue de la verga por 3 años. No, tal vez entiendo por qué pase, pero es irrelevante. Entonces, yo creo que es lo que estamos viendo. Una baja en consumo absolutamente brutal alrededor del mundo. Tiene que ver con estos aranceles, tiene que ver con lo que están diciendo a todos, diciéndole de la recesión, porque eso hace que la gente detenga de gastar. Lo que están intentando crear es una baja en consumo. Y lo están logrando. Y no nada más ellos, o sea, también con el gasto público. Y esta baja en consumo la estamos viendo en todos los puertos. Igual y es la baja en consumo y no tiene nada que ver con los aranceles que estén todos los otra vez se me olvidó, los contenedores ahí parados. Y si están los contenedores ahí parados por simplemente la baja demanda que existe por lo que estamos viviendo, pésimo. Y si están los contenedores parados ahí por lo de la guerra con los aranceles, pésimo, porque todavía no hay final a esto y todavía no ha empezado. Y el hecho de que todo esté parado, lo único que nos falta para que sea el 2020 es que nos encierren en la casa. Es lo único. Es idéntico. El escenario comercial en este momento es idéntico. Y a nadie le está sorprendiendo. Todo el mundo está muy ocupado gritándose de los aranceles y de censuras del bienestar y que no. Una locura. Una absoluta locura. Vamos a mantener un ojo en esto. Yo sigo apostando porque el hecho de que el dólar se vaya para abajo, por ejemplo, y todo lo que ya conté ocurra, diría que Warren Buffett está mal en su tesis de tener 330,000 millones de dólares en cash. Eso es lo que nos diría eso. Yo estoy al lado de Warren Buffett, no porque soy inteligente, porque ese güey sabe lo que hace. Lo único que yo sé es que no sé. Y lo único que yo sé es quién sabe. Y voy a buscarme a Warren Buffett y recargarme en él y decir, este viejito sabe lo que está haciendo y lo ha estado haciendo por todo este tiempo y además los gobiernos lo consultan para ver cuáles son los siguientes movimientos. Entonces, voy a quedarme del lado de Warren Buffett, voy a esperar un dólar muy fuerte. De nuevo, denme de aquí a fin de año, tal vez primer cuarto del siguiente, el dólar va a estar en altos locales, más allá del 112, 114 más o menos, el DXY. El euro va a estar bajo la paridad, el peso va a estar, de nuevo, va a tocar los 27. No estoy diciendo que se va a quedar ahí para siempre. Va a tocar los 27 y después va a retroceder. ¿Por qué? Porque siempre pasa. Lo mismo va a pasar con la libra y el mercado tiene que caer. Y el mercado tiene que caer otra pata más para abajo. Y es lo que yo espero y estoy viendo, es lo que he estado preparado, ya estoy preparado, tengo mis órdenes límites puestas, ya tuve mi primera entrada en algo, etcétera. Estoy esperando. Ahora esto no se da, está bien, cambiamos la tesis, pero por ahora todo pinta y apunta en esta dirección. Sin más ni más, quiero invitar a todos ustedes, si quieren aprender a tradear con nosotros, invertir, que en el futuro honestamente se me hace de las cosas más importantes en este planeta, porque digamos que no va a haber tanto trabajo y por eso estamos trayendo todo la producción a Estados Unidos. La razón, y de nuevo que todo el mundo te dice que en Estados Unidos no podemos traer la producción porque todo va a costar muy caro porque le vamos a pagar a Bob $100 la hora, no es cierto. Bob va a construir la fábrica. Como necesitamos construcción, necesitamos remodelaciones, necesitamos edificios como los de China, infraestructura rica. Eso es un buen gasto en el país. Eso va a ocurrir. Después de 3, 4 años, lo que va a pasar es se acaban estas fábricas, entran los robots, apagas la luz y todo se hace así, como en China. No tenemos por qué no poder crear productos con las mismas bases que en China. Como ellos nos copiaron todo lo de la tecnología, nosotros podemos copiar todo lo que es su producción y tenemos a Elon Musk ahí poniendo el ejemplo con lo de Tesla. Así que eso es lo que yo estoy esperando que vayamos a ver a futuro. Con eso dicho, Eso eliminaría todo nuestro trabajo y eso nos va a dar y nos van a poner en un tipo de salario de cierta cosa. Por eso digo, ¿quieres hacer dinero y sobresalir de todos los demás que vayan a recibir este salario y no saber qué hacer? Aprende a invertir a largo plazo. Olvídate de tradear, olvídate de esto. Pero si quieres también tradear con nosotros, aprender a tradear, ya sabes tradear, quieres un grupo en donde apoyarte para cualquier cosa, te quiero invitar a nuestro Discord. Lo tenemos aquí abajo, es absolutamente gratuito, damas y caballeros. Dense una vuelta, por supuesto. Y simplemente quiero asegurarme que lo puedan ver por completo. Aquí tienen nuestro Discord, súper fácil de usar. Aquí están los menús a la izquierda, es Elite Trading Academy. Aquí van a poder ver los análisis de Alex, todo lo que tiene en la cabeza ese don, los análisis de Farhan también, el chat general acá para ver exactamente todo lo que está pasando. Vientos, bien mango. Vengan a ver nuestro criptolingo. Si están viendo cosas en nuestro chat, en lo que estamos platicando que no entienden, aquí está toda la traducción en inglés y en español también para todos ustedes. Y hay más para abajo. También vengan a compartir cuánto están ganando, cuánto están perdiendo con nosotros, por supuesto. Un mercado bastante difícil en estos momentos. Nadie sabe si vamos para arriba o nos vamos a regresar para abajo. Es literalmente la pregunta del millón. En fin, también tienes nuestros enlaces para lo que necesites. Y esto es bueno, siempre el chat general para venir a apoyarte con ideas de gente que lo hace también. Entonces, es bueno poder decir, oye, yo lo veo así, ¿cómo lo ves tú? Apoyarte en ello, yo creo que ayuda muchísimo. Si de ahí también quieres tradear futuros y no sabes cómo, es súper fácil. Lo único que tienes que hacer es venir a nuestro sitio. También el enlace está aquí abajo. Te metes en tutos, te metes en tutillos, te pones cómo tradear con bluffing, carnal. Y acá tienes un video de 5 minutos, te dice cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo manejar los menús, cómo ir a dónde. En 5 minutos vas a aprender cómo usarlo perfectamente. Y acá tienes el enlace directo. Y si quieres también tradear tokenizadas, acciones tokenizadas, que es lo mismo, aquí es solamente cripto. Tenemos nuestro enlace para BTCC, donde puedes tradear también Forex, puedes tradear acciones como Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla, etcétera, con USDT. Y básicamente funciona y opera idéntico que bluffing. Así que ahí van a tener las opciones. Sin más ni más, les traigo a las estrellas del show. Tengo aquí a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle para adelante, damas y caballeros. All righty, boys. Good. Guten Tag.
Buenos días, muchachos.
What's up, boys?
How are you guys?
Doing pretty well. I got a little shot/injection in my booty cheek yesterday. Felt way better today. Doctor
good.
didn't lie. His doctor was like, I was trying to get him to convince me why I should take the injection instead of the tablets because I'm a little bitch. And the doctor said you'll feel way better tomorrow versus the tablets. It's gonna take like a week.
And you're like, all right, I'll do that tomorrow. You don't like needles?
He didn't tell me it was gonna be in the booty cheek. He said the injection. And I was like, okay, I'll get an injection in my arm. And then he starts pulling down my pants. I'm like,
you're like, oh, wow. And then he kisses me, takes me on a date, brings a glass of wine. And then I was like, what's going on? And at the end of the night, he also gave me a shot in the booty.
Exactly. And it wasn't with an injection either.
That I know. That also happened to Belen, not the no needle. That I have to clarify. That happened to Belen when we were launching Aileron in Mexico, in Acapulco. She got fucking food poisoned to a level that I've never seen in my life. She was throwing up like at the launch party, and everyone was like, "Oh, she got fucked up." I'm like, "No, she's sick. This is my luck, guys." And the next day, we went to the nurse's room, whatever the fuck they had in the hotel, because they have like a medical place. So we walked in and she's like, all right, we're going to give you a shot, whatnot. And she's like, great. And they like put her on the table and they also like grab her cheek and just fucking put her in. She's like, what the fuck? I was like, this is how we roll in Mexico, baby. There's nothing you can do.
Why?
We like pinching butts. I don't understand. I don't understand. So there you have it.
You gotta roll with it.
Yeah, I'm still in my short. Hasn't taken me out. He kind of almost did this morning. He tried, but he didn't. So do we want to look at Bitcoin first?
Yeah, I got stopped.
Throw it. Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What's going on, my big boy? Who's going to share the chart first?
I am starting to flip a little onto the bullish side though now.
If we just get past this, yeah, absolutely.
I'll share my chart.
Hang on.
I'll get this party started.
Okay, 1 second. I need to remove mine. There it is. And there you go, sir.
Sweet. So I agree. I was just texting Farn about this. Like, I'm getting, cautiously bullish here because what we don't want is just to be blindsided of possibly a shift here. And that's why into Wednesday's stream, I was talking about the importance of the weekly closure. And as you know, the days go on, we're approaching this weekly close. This is going to be very important. You know, for me, it was, and it's just what I was saying on Wednesday, Monday. It's just a race against time for bears, and they're kind of losing it right now because what have we had the past few days? Well, you've had nice dumps, have you not? But support has just been holding. You're seeing this range here where it's like 91,800 to 92,300, just solidly holding as support. And this is an issue for me because what I don't want is to be scaling shorts, and this is just consolidating. Not giving a breakdown because then I feel like I could just take the short here and make my life a lot easier. And technically speaking now, as long as we are holding above specifically the daily 5, just an easy gauge, right? Daily 5 is now above the meme lines. We just know daily 5 is a good gauge because it's right around this support zone. As long as you're essentially above like 90,800 though, you're going to have more of a chance actually to test 100,000 now. And is that the most absurd thing? No, because we also see here the median on the weekly, which is on the index, is getting reclaimed. The median's at 87.5. This is actually highly important because 87.5 is actually right around where that daily EMA 100 is. So how could we decipher this moving into possibly May? Well, this is pretty bullish. I mean, I wanted bears to essentially step in and reject us, and they have not. I was talking about the rejection around here. We're now at the top of the 38.2% on the weekly, basically. So you do have to wonder, okay, well, is 95.6 going to reject? Or are we actually truly about to break out? And I personally think first tap probably does reject. We already saw the reaction around 95,000 this morning, which did reject. So 95.5 is going to be strong resistance. But in my opinion, we just want to be cognizant of this idea that this weekly close is possibly going to shift things for me, which going into this week, I was telling everyone I am still bearish, but it's like once this weekly close is fulfilled here, I have to then flip-flop because what you're going to technically have is a median reclaim. Next target will be the 38.2%. That is at $103,000. And also per my system, this is why being aggressive short above the daily EMA 100 just doesn't work. And for me, it would make a lot of sense to reclaim the weekly median, hold above the daily 9, daily SMA 200 into early May, have a nice little liquidity grab before going up potentially. There's really minimal things now telling me that Bitcoin is bearish. And, one thing that at least was holding out hope was the fact that stocks were, looking weak. But we talked about on, I believe it was Monday, we had Bitcoin going up and ES1 going down. This was an interesting sign to me, and it was really who's lying. Is Bitcoin lying or ES1? Well, obviously ES1 was, and this was actually quite bullish, retesting support before going up. This is important because markets as a whole are looking quite nice. Even ES1 closed above its 38.2% and is in breakout posturing. So for me, I'm out of all shorts across the board. I'm sitting on my hands because what I don't want is to be stingy because we made a lot of money here and not understand the shift. For me, it's still in territory where we can still reject. I can get clowned on for not being short and we nuke, but personally speaking, the dump should have happened. We should have deviated. And honestly, it's like now totally a race against time because once this weekly does close, you've now closed above the 9. And that's just a simple gauge for any really sign we've either closed above the 9 or reclaimed it and held above it. It's just been bull market vibes. If you do think that we're going to go to all-time high or 100K, then logic says you just simply play the weekly 9. Weekly 9 basically guided your trades the entire bull market. Very obvious situation was here. Any dump into that weekly 9 was just an opportunity zone. So that's kind of what we're gearing up for potentially this week. I was very bearish. It played out well in April. I round tripped some profits, into this month. And now, I'm net positive overall. Most can't say that. And trading this month was very brutal across the board. But now we're honestly getting volatility, and why I'm also a little cautious of possibly May being the follow-through month, up or down, is just simply based on where BBWP is on the monthly. It's been a very long time since we've actually had a monthly setup, and then also been this close to busting out. Now we've reset. We were under 12%. We're now at 15%. So we are in breakout posturing with Bitcoin going up, right? It's like we're holding support. The monthly looks insane. It did technically hold the 9. The weekly is reclaiming potentially the EMA 9. The 2 weeks reclaiming the EMA 9. The weekly trend has shifted, in my opinion. And we have monthly BBWP very, very, very close to firing off. What I wanted that was going to take us all the way down to, $59,000 essentially. If this flips bullish, this has the opportunity to take us all the way up to $160,000, in my opinion, which is absolutely absurd for me to even talk about. But that's just based on what we see here. Even this is a major zone. 100K logical. I mean, it's a big zone. We did talk about potentially, if we go to the monthly median, we do want to be cognizant of that. Has been rejecting since essentially November. Each and every month since November, we have at least tested the monthly median and then rejected it. So, if we're going to close above 90,800, you have to then assume that next target will be $100,000. We've already hit this once, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. You really have to wonder if this is going to be the move that's potentially going to reclaim this zone and then start trekking up to that $160,000, which is right at that 38.2%. Now, on the flip side, we know that, it's not always tried and true with the HPDR, because we did reject the median. We did almost come to the 38.2%, and we didn't. And now this setup potentially could be flipping. These ranges could move into May, right? January, February, March, April, May. Yeah, May. I know my months now. I'm American, so I'm dumb. It's very important, in my opinion, to just really watch this weekly and this monthly, because things are shifting here. And I was very bearish on Bitcoin, and it played out really well. We printed. But I just don't want to be lost in bear sauce, if it's just not allowing anymore. And our always sign for that is, should we be aggressively shorting? Aggressively, keyword, not low leverage, not, scalping, not very tight risk trades, but aggressively shorting, and never. It just doesn't play out well. Let's look at this personally here. EMA 100, just an important zone on Bitcoin. If you had gone with this idea that, shorting whenever we're under it pays well, and not shorting aggressively when we're above it saves you money, you would have saved a lot of money. Let's just look at this in the correlation to this EMA 100. So what you'll notice here is, as soon as we broke back above that daily EMA 100, we were currently right around, we basically closed with $28,000. At this point, we were solidly rejecting it down. This was your key measure here, that a major shift where we were bear, no consolidation, capitulation, just doing nothing. This was your sign that a major shift was occurring. Because what you're noticing is, once that did get reclaimed, did we not get volatility? We did, and did it perfectly catch the bottom and this move in 2024? Well, it did. I remember this. We went down 21%. We perfectly bottomed here, and then from there, it was literally the most easiest long trigger you could have ever gotten. And then that literally printed insane amounts of money. And then this is when the chop zone happens, right? Lots of chop can occur. But even so, in this chop, it's okay, broke down, didn't reclaim it, just reclaimed it, back tested it, broke out. Okay, that's simple. Broke down, retested it, rejected. Easy. Okay. Then you're chopping, obviously, rejected. You can have these moments where you reclaim it, and that's why we often say 2 to 3 closures is important, and then we get follow through, because we're trading the most predatory asset in the world. My point being, though, if you go into past cycles, even, this is kind of just the metric. I mean, it's just kind of tells you I either am aggressive in my shorts or I'm aggressive in my longs. And if I'm not going to do either or, I'm just going to play trend. And what do we have now? Well, we don't have this correlation where it's rejecting. This is where I mentioned we really need the daily EMA 100 to reject, because if we're truly bearish, yeah, you can get, like I said, deviations, of course, but generally speaking, you do want early off in that bear market dump, harsh rejection, sweeps the lows, and you just didn't get that here. You got the rejection and then just came up and didn't really hold it. And now what you see is, I mean, did we start expanding once that got reclaimed? Yes, we did. And did it perfectly get reclaimed? Yes, it did. And this is why at this moment I had canceled all my shorts before reshorting 91.3, which I'm now out of shorts. You know, people often say that EMA 200 as well on Bitcoin doesn't work. I disagree. It's a good metric, right? Like, what could have told us that, you know, things were kind of shifting here? Well, it was simply the daily EMA 200 was holding us down. Boom, 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 boom. Notice how in this time you're not really rejecting. You're just kind of forming bullish structure. This is why it's important to like understand this, because this is like a bait, in my opinion, to shorts. And then it's literally like you reclaim the daily EMA 100, or, yeah, 200. My apologies. You held it, and you expanded on the third closure. You see how like that dynamic? This would have told you to just be more alert, and then this closing above the EMA 100 confirmed that, yeah, things are kind of shifting here. So it's very important for me to watch this weekly close, because I want to be able to capitalize on this volatility properly. And I do think that we are going to get a trending move in May. It's not going to be easy. We know that before big breakouts or breakdowns, we get the most predatory price action we could ever possibly get. And so is it really going to be easy? We're going to bust up into May. Everyone's printing. We're up only, maybe. But I'm just going to play this level to level. And until we lose the daily 9, because the daily 9 into today's close is going to move up to 90,800. That's my line in the sand. Until we lose the daily 9, you just have to look at any throwbacks to 90,800 as an opportunity. And it's not until we lose 90,800 where I'll short Bitcoin again. Because I don't want to front run. And this buyback here is telling me that, yeah, this is properly getting like back test. Like, this is bullish. Like, you broke out, back test, and now we're expanding, while shorts here are scaling in, kind of like what happened here. So you know, it's very similar almost to like what occurred in the beginning of the Hamas setup in October. We're just baiting shorts all the time now, but you're slowly itching and putting in bullish price action, where these dumps just kind of make bears, overzealous bears, kind of ape in, and then you get these squeezes. So for me, I'm out of all positions across the board. I'm personally just waiting. I want to see where this weekly goes, because I know how this game goes, and I know as soon as I say I'm out of shorts, you know, it's like two things are going to happen. We're either just going to stop and consolidate, or we're going to nuke, and I was the sacrifice. Personally, though, the way everything is looking, I'm really not looking like, to me, it's not looking like this is going to stop. Volatility, to me, is looking primed for a breakout. And even the 2-week is very close now to giving us extreme volatilities. We know that this can stay at extreme low reads. But just the way the monthly is, you do have to ask yourself, you know, are we starting to see this monthly BBWP expand? And is it a coincidence that we have a major green dildo here? So for me, it's 90,800. It's the line in the sand. I've been talking about that on the Discord, 91.8 to 90,800. We've just been solidly holding that. So until that deviates, I won't give any more shorts. And if you want to, you know, look at this on lower time frames, you can just see how well the support has held. And I'm viewing this holding shorts, and I'm like, like, this is bullish. And, you know, it's like didn't even form that lower high here, which I wanted. You're supposed to lose the 4-hour 9, and what you're noticing is this 4-hour 9 has just been solidly holding since $84,000, meaning playing the 4-hour 9 has just been printing. And then here, fine, you get stopped out, whatever, but then you got an easy hammerhead. Okay, let me just throw my stop here, go long, and then boom, printing. So I'm like, when I'm seeing these kind of markets, it's definitely a shift to me. Volatility's hot, and it's telling me that, I don't know, I just think too many people are maybe fading this move. I have no idea, because when I'm seeing price action this easy, it does concern me that too many people are possibly shorting or trying to fade the move, and it's just going to keep squeezing. Very, very, very similar to what occurred in October of 2023. Right? It was always baiting you before in this chop, baiting. We were always going up, but it was like, all right, resistance, mega nuke in quotation marks. But like in a day, you're down, 6%, higher low, boom, higher high, and then you would go down really aggressively again. But notice at the 34, like you never really lose the moving averages. You're never really bearish. You're just mainly trying to catch a top or catching that, big short, and then boom, 34 held, expanded. To me, it's kind of just giving me those vibes. Like we're just kind of baiting shorts. And I think into May, if we end up reclaiming the weekly median, I do think we're going to obviously have a higher low. And that literally could mean that we potentially could come all the way to the weekly 9. And this could be a big opportunity for all of us because we know how the weekly 9 has held in a bull market. So for me, 90,800 to 91.3 is very important for bears to lose. Bulls have the upper hand currently, and the daily is looking pretty bullish. Now, we even see the daily is in breakout mode. So daily is in breakout mode. For me, next target is 99,700. This is on the index. You can look at this chart here, and if you want resistance before then, it's like 95.5 is resistance. But yeah, you start breaking 95.5, and what you're noticing on the Binance chart at least is, yeah, that's the weekly breakout right there. So 95.5 is pretty important. We've already seen somewhat slight lower time frame rejection at 95. So I would expect 95.5 to be kind of like a big zone. Maybe first tap it rejects, but yeah, I'm bullish, and I'm honestly watching for the weekly to reclaim the 9 and then for me to go long on the weekly 9. Which it makes a lot of sense to me, and I'll just explain this one more time. What we have now is we're holding perfectly support. We're in this breakout posturing with monthly BBWP firing off. So it's telling me even with the daily at extremes, weekly BBWP resetting, and 2 week still at 3%, the monthly is kind of like taking us home right now. Daily EMA 100 sits at 87,900. This is important. Remember that. 87,900. We've never really tested this yet since we broke out. Now, if you're aggressive, you would look at this as the back test. And so that showed you that this is support. Any move up to 87 to 87.8 to 87.4 on this weekly closure, assuming we reclaim the weekly 9, I'm going to be looking to long that. We also see the median is sitting at 87.5, and we also have the weekly 9 and the 21 all right around 87.5. So what can we decipher from this? Well, you're getting multiple time frames, different setups, and even on the HPDR, getting confluence of this being a big zone. It would be quite funny if you just started breaking out, weekly close gets the close, and then you nuke, and you start, making horny shorts think they caught the easy short again, kind of like what I showed in the beginning of what was happening before we broke out. You then backtest the median, the 21, the 9, the meme line, and then at this point, I'm expecting basically us to move up. And this is all dependent if the weekly does reclaim above 90,800. But I mean, it's definitely looking like it's going to, but we'll see. I'll say this and then people won't hear that last part. And then I'll be like, I thought you said we were bullish now and you closed your shorts. And then, weekly rejects before it closed. So it's very, very important to me to see where this weekly closes. I'm now flat. I'm sitting on my hands. I don't want to be aggressively shorting this. It's looking bullish. My gut is telling me that this is about to break out. My heart is telling me that it's still bearish. So I have to trust my gut here. I'm not really liking the way that bulls are basically bull flagging here and holding support perfectly, which was pretty strong resistance. That to me is by definition bullish, and even stocks are telling us now that, yeah, this is pretty bullish, at least bullish momentarily. Macro still can be bearish, but that could quickly change on this monthly close on Bitcoin. You reclaim back above that monthly median, this will be a major shift that we have not seen since February of 2024, before Bitcoin went up 43% in 1 month. And I don't want to miss that if that's potentially the kind of environment we're in. I don't want to feel this to the upside, because how you get these squeezes is shorts, fuel it. So I'm okay to say I was wrong. I'm okay to say I closed shorts, but I'm not okay to stay wrong. And that's why it's really going to be dependent on the weekly and then the monthly guiding us into May. The last 2 weeks for me have been slightly brutal in trading, but it's fine. Our risk has been set, you know. But I do think now we're seeing the itchings of potentially a really trending market in May. I really think this is just the beginnings of potentially what's to come in May. I think early May, assuming you get the weekly close above 87.5, I really do believe early May you're going to get that throwback. Probably does this, gets the major throwback. Everyone, 100K top. People are going to be looking at this. And then I do believe as long as the weekly 9 holds, Bitcoin should slowly but surely make its way back up to $109,000, assuming we do actually close above 87.5 on a weekly closure. But it's definitely pretty girthy, and it's looking that way. So, yeah. Let me see here. And you even see here, if you like Bollinger Bands, the top band on the weekly is at 107. So, I mean, there are like legitimate reasons to think that we potentially could at least test the highs again. You know, and yeah, maybe we triple top. Maybe. I wouldn't bet on that, but maybe. Who knows? But that's why the monthly will guide us, because, you know, at least it kind of puts in perspective. Whereas, okay, maybe I was shorting and this was shifting bullish. Yeah, maybe I could have caught an easy long, but this kind of tells me that if we truly are about to go up, let's say, or even down, but if this is going to be up, and let's say I'm not long and I'm not, and I've just been shorting and I got stopped and now I want to get positioned, this chart gives me a lot of hopium, because it's like, oh, okay, well, simply I can just play the weekly, the 2-week, or the monthly. And if I even play the monthly and just wait until the median gets reclaimed, long the hell out of the median, I mean, that technically would be an insane trade. I mean, you're not missing out on volatility or the move. I mean, patience will pay, and being able to understand the environment will pay. I'm still not bullish, though. I'm just saying that things are starting to really shift to look bullish. We have the potential really to make a case for 160, but we need the weekly 9 to get reclaimed, weekly EMA 9. We also need the monthly median to get reclaimed. It is sitting at 100,000, something to know. Now let's look at tether dominance and let's see what's good. Anytime weekly SMA 200 gets lost on tether dominance, we essentially, hold on. We essentially actually do capitulate. And I showed this last stream, I'll show again. I really wish I would have seen this before, because this is a really important thing. But anytime that you deviate the weekly SMA 200, every single time, it just leads to really like big moves on Bitcoin, as you can see now. So what would make a lot of sense? How could we interpret this where this gives me confluence of potentially the long idea? Maybe we do end up getting some kind of reaction here. We are at the weekly 34. It's kind of the last stand. But why I do think May still could give us a long opportunity is because even if this starts doing this, I would expect 4.69 to give some reaction. I'd expect us to have very minimum test the weekly EMA 100 and then to reject. This could easily be where we test our weekly EMA 9. And this is where we potentially can flip-flop, go long, and have an actually logical long setup over an aggressive short setup where we're trying to front run an SFP that's just not SFPing. So for me, I'm all out of trades. I'm personally, Tether's actually not looking the best now. I needed it to hold above its estimate 200 and it didn't. So, you know, it's like now this is in a downtrend on the weekly. 4.69 is still support, and I'll still say that, but, you know, it's like, could this just be the lower high? Bitcoin puts in the higher low, retest the weekly 9, weekly median, and that's kind of like the opportunity, if you will, before we go up. Yeah, let's look at Bitcoin dominance now. Bullish. And this concerns me too, because I'm like, man, I really wanted Bitcoin dominance to like go up and Bitcoin go down. That's the perfect recipe for a bear market, and we're not getting that. It's like the higher Bitcoin dominance is going, the higher Bitcoin is going. And when did this exact scenario happen? I don't know if anyone remembers. It was literally the October 2023 breakout. when Bitcoin dominance was like very bullish, and then Bitcoin became very bullish. And you can have it either, right, break out in a bear market and you slow move up and your alts die and people capitulate alts and go into Bitcoin, but Bitcoin still goes down. What we've seen since October was Bitcoin dominance going up and Bitcoin going up. And it's slightly shifted here in this time when we went down and Bitcoin was going down. But now what do we see? Well, this looks like it wants to go to 69.5%. And technically, if that same logic is, well, Bitcoin dominance goes up, Bitcoin will go up, this is a major move brewing. And my idea was that the bear market, we'd see this move and alts would get destroyed, ETH would go to 500. But yeah, I don't know. ETH is definitely not still going to go to 5. I'm not bullish on ETH at all, but this at least is telling me that, you know, we are bull flagging right now. We're holding the daily 9. This is like the most obvious uptrend. And technically speaking, this is brewing a 7% move where we're currently at, which is very important because, you know, Bitcoin to me is brewing a move that literally says 8%, 100K is loading. And I just have to sit there like, huh, like, are we just shorting into a move that's possibly just going to slingshot to 100K? Reject, form a higher low, and then trap shorts and then move up potentially. So overall, I'm out of shorts. I'm really cautiously bearish still, but that'll quickly change on the weekly. And I did go into this week saying that this weekly will really determine my next move. And 90,800 and 91.3 is the spot bears need to lose. Bulls are very horny and they're looking at 100K. They're looking at that to at least give some rejection. Probably into early May leads to us going down, testing the weekly 9, daily EMA 100, weekly median, and then actually getting a move up to the median, monthly median. Because what we have to look at is that, you know, the monthly median has been rejecting us since November. So we have to assume that it's still going to reject us, specifically with it lined up at the meme line first tap. But don't get it twisted. The more this is hit, the weaker it is. And this would be the 5th time now. So it's a big zone. And it really, why I really want to pay attention to May is just simply this. This can obviously turn around. It's not confirmed. We need the closure. But like, this is literally looking like it's firing off. And price action is kind of being crazy as well. So I don't know. We're just at a very important zone. I will say weekly hasn't closed yet. So there is still hopium here for bears. But yeah, it's just, you know, it's a race against time for sure. Yeah, I'm noticing this like regression here. So, you know, monthly could go up to here, maybe rejects and goes down, but I mean, this is just looking quite nice. So let's watch and wait the weekly. I'm sitting on my hands until the weekly close. Anything can happen until then. I just want everyone to know that literally anything can happen until then. And one day this candle could literally turn red. So I'm waiting for this weekly. I'm still on the camp until this weekly confirms to me that this is going to reject. But it only has 2 days left, and this could quickly change. So it literally has to reject around here, and it's literally a race against time. And if we don't reject this, we're then going to just gear up for an easy throwback trade into early May. And you need to start seeing bears full force, absolutely unequivocally reject us literally at this spot 95.5, no questions asked. It has to reject, and not like what we've been seeing the past 2 days, not like a little rejection and then we just go up. No, like literally a multi-$1,000 rejection. We have to be back under 89,000 ideally in 2 days. So yeah, it's very important to me to see this weekly close. We'll have to see. But yeah, that's all I really have. I will talk about Dixie real fast. Dixie is interesting to me because, well, it's just playing into what we were talking about 4 days ago, where it's looking bottom to me. And again, we're seeing that correlation. Dixie's going up, Bitcoin's going up. It's very odd to see that. But, you know, what we see now is, yeah, as long as the daily 9 is holding as resistance, it should reject. But if you start reclaiming back above the daily 9, you're going to get this scenario here that I talked about, which would be simply us going back up on the weekly and testing the 9. But at this point, this will confirm to me, if we do reclaim the weekly 9, that, yeah, maybe Alejandro is absolutely right, and the dollar is bottoming. While everyone, literally everyone, is talking about this shit taking over the world.
Oh, nice. Look at that candle.
Yeah, I really actually, I'm looking to max short, maybe max short euro as like as like a hedge swing short for 1 or 2 months. I'm like, but then my head's like, will I lose more money even being profitable on this trade, but just not taking any other trades because this does not move. So I'm deciding that. But euro, I mean, could be a play into May. Absolutely. Especially if you do think Dixie is bottoming, which granted it is. Let's see this candle real quick. Granted, it's putting in a hammerhead, which is what you'd expect on a weekly. After an aggressive downtrend, that is usually what you get in at least local bottoms. Hammerhead, boom. And Dixie's easy too. It does respect it. No, that wasn't one. Oh, yeah. Hammerhead. Shoo. Okay, failed. All right, this is a weekly. Boom. Shoo. So, we are trying to make a case here that a bottom is maybe being grinded out on Dixie, which is great because that is literally what we talked about potentially. I even think Alejandro said he was selling his pesos, so that would be big brain if this did bottom literally here. And I did think Trump even was like literally what you were saying, Alejandro, like the dollar's low. He's like the world reserve currency is going to be the dollar. Like if you think that the euro is going to outpace the dollar in dominance, you're basically betting against America, Trump, and that just to me just seems like a joke. So
it's weird to me because it's happening today. This is what I realized the most. It's not about reading the future. It's about reading today. No one's reading today. It's very odd. And today we're getting all these companies make commitments to start humongous operations here. You're talking about companies spending $100 billion, $50 billion, $200 billion.
oh wow.
That increases your currency's value no matter what. And especially if you're not spending like you were before. Like in May right now, we're going to cut the bullshit that Biden did for the student loans. And those people are going to have to pay them again in May, starting May. That's going to fuck everyone up too. So, I mean, DX, and again, what is Europe doing right now to be better than or stronger than the US? They're printing $1 trillion for war. They don't even have the production ability for any of that. But they're stealing $1 trillion out of inflation out of their citizens. Their rates are lower. They've lowered rates every single meeting that they've had, while we haven't. So why the fuck is the euro so strong? Because German companies are leaving Europe. What is it's like today? It's just not showing on the chart, but it's today.
And you could even argue Dixie's putting in a weekly or daily head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders. I mean, I'll show it here.
There's so many things. Even to me, looking at everything, bond yields at the 10-year, it did top when Ray Dalio, like clockwork, came out to tell us that it was going to fucking go beyond, and it's a dire warning from Ray Dalio. The peso seems to find a bottom right here at 19.5, 19.4. DXY seems to have bottomed. Then I look at the S&P 500. That still hasn't like taken out that lower that other candle yet. It's still not at 5,500 or 5,000. What is it? What was it that I said that it should be 5,500, and it's not. So still, I mean, everything right now, even if I'm looking at, let me show you my chart real quick so you see what I'm looking at real quick. And obviously, the fuck do I know? Just a retard. 1 second. This is US 10-year yield on the daily. Let's put it on the weekly and do this. So it's coming down, and I know that everyone got really excited and thought this was going to be the end, but it didn't, and then it made a lower high, and then it's now here right at the 55. This is by excellence how I measure everything, because this is basically every single loan in the United States is based on this. Also, weekly volatility setup, 2 week volatility setup. And monthly, it's quite low already. So this is just the 10-year note. Then I'm looking at the S&P 500. Nice candle, no question. But let me look at it on the daily. Because you see, ever since this breakdown right here, we still haven't taken this out. And 5,500 is the spot. And you haven't done it yet. So you're still here at resistance. Then I'm looking at the Bitcoin. Hang on, this is my clean chart. Still at resistance to me in my channel. Like I haven't moved anything. I'm looking at Solamis. Solamis is actually quite nice because it also hit the same resistant point. So to me, this is the equivalent of Bitcoin where it's at. And nothing has really jumped outside of whatever we think it's going to do. And then Coinbase should have resistance right here at 211. So until those things get broken, I'm still on the same boat. Like there's, you know, you're not getting me out of my. The only thing that's getting me out of my trade is the stop loss.
Yeah,
that's
no, and I see what you're saying, and that does make sense. And that's why for me, I'm still waiting on the weekly because I'm still holding out hope that for me at least, I'll get what will confirm to me that we're still like bears still have control, and that is just dependent on the weekly. And if the weekly can just start getting some kind of rejection, any kind of rejection would be lovely to see for me. Because I just don't want this range to get reclaimed. I don't want us to pop back into this new range. And then maybe we do that. Maybe we just deviate it. Maybe. But I just don't want that. And why would so that's why the weekly for me, I agree with you 100%. And I am still bearish. I'm not in shorts though. I got stopped. But this is kind of it now. Like we are at my meme line. We're at the 38.2% on the weekly. Like we're either going to reject here or actually legitimately break out. So it makes sense to me. Weekly is literally at resistance now. And we literally have to start seeing this move in 2 days. Like if you are bearish, you're assuming in 2 days, this is going to literally go all the way back under $91,000. So if you are bearish, you're basically scaling max shorts here at 95.5, 95K. You'll have a hard stop at like 96.4, but you're basically just going balls deep in shorts here because you're basically expecting this to be the rollover. That's why it makes it tricky because, well, it's either shorts are going to fuel this or they're going to be right and bulls are wrong. So we are literally at a major zone in the markets, as Alejandro just showed, even with the yield, the bond. So yeah, that's all I have though, boys. It's looking cautious. It's looking quite nice, but I'm still cautiously bearish, and I'm holding out hope that bears will actually start flexing before the weekly plays into the trap. They waited very last minute, got everyone rightfully bullish, got shorts out, and then they just nuke it. And then, that would actually be quite funny. And I know Alejandro would be mega bricked. So it still can happen. It very well still can happen. The weekly is 2 days, and this is the spot. So it's Bitcoin. Never say never, as Justin Bieber once said.
And I like going into the weekend with this. Would you share your chart, sir? Going into the weekend with this is fun because, look, either I'm going to get stopped, right? Like this is going to take over and it's done. And then through the weekend by Sunday, we're going to be way higher. Or if it starts coming down today, I know that by Sunday I'll be better. Because it's normally the trend it follows. I know it's not all the time, but it most of the time plays out that way. So I'm playing it that way. Also, bullish consolidation towards the upside on these. There's a lot of things that still make me think. And again, I don't fucking care if it goes up or down. I'm just saying I'm still not out of my trade. Whenever the fuck he takes me out, and then we'll flip positions. Look at the S&P, look at everything else, hopefully above all the key resistance, and now become support. Great. Then we know we go on that side, fucking make money on that side. But there's right now, it's just dancing on the edge. True. On the fucking edge.
It is true. I still don't think I think it's still not dumb to max short this zone if you're running with a bear bias. Now, that's it. I mean, this is like 2 days. Last, and my system is bears have 2 more days. So if you are bearish, you are expecting in 2 days this is going to be under 91.3. So yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Alrighty. And by the way, that Justin Bieber song was about Diddy because he could never say never.
Didn't even think of that. Damn.
Damn.
All right, so I'm gonna start with the daily, and I'm gonna mention the fact that I am slowly starting to shift over from a more bearish bias towards more of a bullish bias because it's had every single opportunity to break down, and it just hasn't taken it. Especially with the S&P absolutely nuking below 4,000, it went all the way down to I believe 4,700-ish, maybe even lower, and the S and Bitcoin would just refuse to stay below $80,000. That just shows you a signal of strength. And not only has it not been breaking down, but it's now up like $20,000 off of the lows. Yeah, exactly $20,000, maybe more than $20,000 off the lows. And we're forming a silver cross right here on the daily. The last time we had a confirmed silver cross on the daily was all the way over here in September of 2024, right before we Omega skyrocketed nonstop to $109,000. That is quite significant to see a silver cross on the daily. Let's see what happened even in a bear market rally for a silver cross on the daily. Go all the way back to 2022 and see what percentage move a silver cross gave you. Failed right there, didn't have it. All right, so you silver crossed right here. This was the bear market rally. Right about here, you moved up about 13.7%. Let's find another bear market rally. This was bull market rally. So there's only one silver cross that happened in the bear market. And let's take it 13% just for funsies from where we are now. Go for where the silver cross confirmed. That was right over here at this point. And we would take it 13% from there. Puts us basically at $106,000 over every single one of our major lower highs. And at that point, you are almost certainly going to go to new all-time highs. And then if we look at momentum is within the bullish control zone, pointed to the upside with volatility support. But if you notice, there's not really that much room left to go. So at a certain point, you are going to get a rejection and are likely going to put in a lower high. I mean, not a lower high, a higher low. It's going to happen sooner rather than later because there's only so high this momentum and this volatility can get. We're at just about 70% on both of them. And if you notice, we're just around this meme line. So if we can manage to close over this meme line, the next significant resistance is going to be right here, right around this $97,000 area. What I'm thinking is going to happen is we're probably going to go towards this $97,000 area, reject this right below $100,000, come back towards somewhere around maybe this 5 EMA. If we're really gonna put in like a fucky move, we'll come back down to retest this 200 because we never retested it after we broke out. That'd be right around $88,000, just below $90,000. And then and this move would probably take some time around like a month. And then towards the end of summer, I would expect a bounce in a rally from this 200 SMA to break that $100,000 area. And if you were to add add on top of this, the moons. Let's get the witches in here. We've had a bull moon for the past a couple of like 1 or 2 weeks, and price has really been reacting to it. And you can see these moons, as funny as they are, they actually do work out.
Literally, it's
And
crazy.
this Sunday we have a bear moon. Lines right up with the idea of a rejection, putting in a higher low, because right now the daily is shifted into an uptrend. We have a higher high. Next thing we're looking for is a higher low. And that higher low, I'm thinking right now, is going to be one of those moves that tries to get out all of the longs by going just below below $90,000, putting in a higher low right around this 9 to somewhere around this 200. 9 is a little bit more likely based off the silver cross, and that's sitting right around $90,000. And $90,000 is that round psychological level. So probably somewhere between $90,000 and $89,000, it puts in that higher low and then makes a try for $100,000. And what lines up? Let me remove the moons. Also lines up with that $97,000 area being a short-term resistance. Switch on the HPDR. That is our 78.6%. 78.6% is going to be a very significant area because if you can get over that 78.6%, that would take you to 88.3%, and that's well beyond $100,000, just near $104,000 right now. So it is more likely, based on momentum, based on volatility, based off of the moon phases, that we're likely going to get a short-term top somewhere around that. If not here, that $97,000 area, I'm thinking 97,000. because I think it'll go just a little bit higher than that 95.5 support, just like it did with the 94s. I mean resistance. It went just slightly higher than that previous resistance at 92s, 91.8, and it went right up to like 94s, and then put in a little bit of a local top there. That's what the same reasoning for this $97,000 area. Switch to now monthly. Monthly is putting in quite a nice candle, bouncing right off of this 9 EMA. Went a little bit lower, swept this low, and if we can close like this would be a confirmed swing failure pattern of these, basically all of these lows right here. Well, we want to see where this median goes to, because the median is going to move in the next 5 days. It's going to be extremely bullish if we see this median move below price action. It's going to basically tell you that we're going to zoom up to this 38.2%. You'd have a 61.8% chance of hitting that area, but you would likely be looking for a move into the median first before that happens. That's going to give you basically one of the most godlike long opportunities that you could ever get. Momentum is now getting freshly over the moving average, where volatility is approaching 0%. The last time that we freshly flipped momentum over the moving average was right over here in November of 2023, right before we were at about $38,000, and we went to $74,000. Right now, we still do have a sell signal on the jewel, but in this posturing, it is possible for it to flip down here based off the bearish divergence, come to this 21 EMA, or I mean that's 21 EMA. I get confused because my 21 is yellow. This slow moving one, and then bounce right at the edge of the bullish control zone. That still is possible. It just hasn't happened before, based off of the bearish divergence. So this would be a first if we were to go to new all-time highs from here. Let's switch down to the 6-day, because we just had a closure. 6-day has now closed over the median, and it's strongly over the median. And now we're basically basing off the median. The last time that we had a 6-day, the last time the 6-day was even over the median was right over here at around $102,000. Our all-time high was a rejection of the median. The last time that we freshly closed over the median was back in October of 2024, when we were around $69,000 and we went up to $100,000. So a lot of different signs telling you that you're having a shift. And within this next 5 days and 10 hours, you're going to need to reject. Otherwise, you'll have a second close over the median. That will give you overwhelming probabilities of going to this 38.2%, which right now is at almost $108,000, basically at our all-time highs. Massively taking out this lower high right around $100,000, making it very likely you're going to go to new all-time highs. And right now, the 6-day is pointing up on momentum with volatility approaching 0%. And now you're getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. Let's mark with a vertical line buy signal on the 6-day within the bearish control zone. October of 2023. December 2022. These are all very significant dates. July 2022. February 2022. And this will be the last one. July 2021. How much was this? Immediately about 57%. That's quite a bit. And then 105. This one, not as much. It went down first, but then it went up about 11, 17%. This one also not as much. 12%, similar number. This one more. Immediately about 71%. Ooh, this one's quite a bit. 64% immediately, about 80%, 171. And as of this moment, we are up about 12%. So we have hit that 12% number. If we were to take it to that medium number of 50 to 60%, that would bring us roughly to $135,000, or somewhere between $130,000 to $135,000. Pretty significantly new all-time highs. Switch over to the weekly. Weekly is now also over the median, and it's a good amount over the median. Median sitting at $86,570. Bears have 2 days and 10 hours to go to drop this by like $9,000 to make sure it closes below the median. Because if it closes below the median, the last time that we freshly closed over the median was over here back in October of 2024. and basically went up only from $60,000 to $100,000. It's going to be a very significant shift, and we'd have a minimum move closing of the median towards this 38.2% at $103,654. Right now, momentum on the weekly is flipping back up, getting close to the bullish control zone, while volatility is still up, contracting. And right now, we are losing the sell signal on the jewel and flipping to a neutral signal. It is shaping up towards a bullish posturing. 2-week also lines up with that idea of a short-term rejection around $97,000 because we are approaching that 38.2% after being away from it for a couple of weeks. The first time you tap it likely is a rejection, which lines up with the bear moon. Probably comes back down in a more likely retest this 9 right around that $89,000 area. In a more bearish situation, you could come all the way down to $83,000 for this 21. You would still technically be in a bullish posturing. You just wouldn't want to, you'd be a little bit more cautious at this area. I don't think this is going to happen. I think it's more likely around that $89,000 area. And then it busts up towards that median, right around 125. Right now, 2-week is freshly getting back out of the bearish control zone with volatility still contracting. Last time we got freshly out of the bearish control zone was after being in it for a while. These was quick deviations, but even then, after the deviation, you got a massive pump. Let's see, right over here. The last time that we freshly flipped out of the bearish control zone after being in it for a while was basically the start of this bull market in late 2022. That's very interesting. Right now on the bearish side, there is a sell signal on the jewel, the pink freshly crossing below the yellow. And this usually gives you very significant dumps. We haven't really seen that significant of a dump play out since it was confirmed. We moved down about 18.91%. We would expect more of a move than that, but right now, what you expect doesn't really matter. What matters is what price action does. And this would be one of those times where you barely get a minimum move off of this sell signal if we do get that confirmation on this weekly close. Quarterly is now also getting now it's getting a bounce off this 5 EMA, and as long as it's bouncing off there, you would have a target of the median, which right now sits at that same $103,000 area, with momentum freshly flipping back up on the quarterly and volatility basically approaching 0%. If we can somehow get a close over that median, that would give us a target of 38.2%, which is going to move. Right now, it's at $194,000. I feel like it's going to move towards 160. Now let's shift over to the RSI.
Well, I'm very pleased to inform you that I'm out. Bitcoin fucked me out. All right.
And for that reason, I'm out.
It better go. Hey, by the way, it better go way higher, because if this just fucking took me out right now and then it fucking nukes down, I'm gonna be pissed. I'd rather be wrong right now and for it to go up and enjoy. But if it fucking reverse, I'm gonna be furious.
That's what happened to me on the last time whenever we broke down and went down to the 70s. I was short before, took me out literally like $40 away from the top and then nuked.
Oh, I hope it's not the case. I'm gonna be really frustrated. Sorry.
On the quarterly, like it's crazy how this is just really still hanging there. I really thought this was going to be invalidated, but we still have that 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence still active on the quarterly, as long as we're closing above $76,702. And our next target, although this is going to change because this is a pretty out there, pretty fucking ridiculous target that's sitting at the bullish critical zone just right now. This is just mentioning it right now is just for funsies. It's at $526,000. I'm not saying Bitcoin is going to go to $526,000. I'm just pointing out that's where the critical zone is right now. When that number is going to be more relevant is going to be after this this quarterly close and on this next one, which is going to be around, I believe, 1st of July, and that's where the critical zone target should be sort of more relevant. The monthly right now does have active bearish divergence, very close to invalidating it. It will be invalidated if we close this month over $95,150. And you can see that with this local bottom triangle appearing right now on the RSI. It has not confirmed it yet. You have 5 days and 10 hours to go. But if you do close anywhere above 95,150, this bearish divergence will be invalidated. And that's crazy. That's going to be the first time ever that a bearish divergence did not have a bear market. Very, very, very crazy. 5 days and 10 hours, bears. 2 week is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. As long as you close this week in 2 days and 10 hours over $88,660. Bear's gonna drop to $7,000 in 2 days to invalidate this, to not confirm this hidden bullish divergence, and this would have a minimum target of all-time highs. And the next target would be the critical zone, which is going to update, but right now it's at $340,000. While you have volatility at 4% of the 2 week. Hmm. 3 day still has active bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're above 85,719 or 720. And your next target is the critical zone, which right now is going to update, but it's sitting at $213,000. 2 day has 3 drives of bullish divergence. Your next target is, this is a more reasonable number, 164. 12-hour has fresh hidden bullish. Not really fresh. It's been active for a while. Hidden bullish.
Are those sell signals?
Yeah, it's God mode signal, but it has not flipped to the sell just yet.
Mm.
Telling you, local top, probably somewhere around here.
Better not, you fucking cocksucker.
Now let's switch over to Tether. And Tether is looking like a pretty scary monthly candle now, where it's very close to invalidating this hidden bullish divergence that it has. If it closes this month anywhere below about 4.56%, that hidden bullish divergence is going to be invalidated. It's going to put in a bearish engulfing candle, and you're going to have a minimum target of this 100 right around 3.4%. That would coincide with a very big pump on Bitcoin, probably taking us to new all-time highs. So, yes, no. 2 week is going to invalidate this bullish divergence, by the way, if it closes below 5.16%. And that would give you a target of this bearish control zone, 3.77%, very close to that 100 of the monthly. Weekly is now about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence on Tether. It will confirm in 2 days and 10 hours as long as we close below 5.37%. And that will give you a minimum target of this neutral zone, which is right now at 4%. Two-day has confirmed bearish divergence. Your next target is at 4.72%. 2 day has active 3 drives of bearish divergence. Next target is 3.11%. Going to be active as long as you're below 5.17. Daily. No. So, there we go. Momentum is now very close to giving you a volatility setup. Volatility is coming just above 15%, but still below that moving average. So you haven't confirmed volatility expansion just yet. Right now, momentum is going to be to the downside. So if you do get that expansion, probabilities are that this happens to the downside. But it's still not expanding. And momentum is down as long as you're below 106,150, which flipping that up would also invalidate this bearish divergence. But if you invalidate it on the month on the RSI, very likely you're going to invalidate it on the stochastic as well. Quarterly momentum is now back above that pivot, which is very funny to see whenever we were down here in the 70s. And this quarterly pivot was at $93,000. We are now $2,500 back above that quarterly pivot, and we're entering into the critical zone on momentum for the first time ever. 2 week is also giving that volatility setup. We're getting very close to that pivot to flip it back up. If we flip up here, the significance will be that it flipped up at the edge of the bullish control zone, taking it back into the critical zone. It will flip up above $99,900. What's more likely, though, based off that bear movement, is it doesn't flip up, continues to come down, and then puts in a drive of hidden bullish divergence by coming below this momentum low. And then that would be enough to take us to new all-time highs. Weekly is already flipping back up, rejecting the critical zone, flipped up above $82,800. 5 days also flipped up, exiting the bearish control zone, flipped up above 80,300. 2 days also flipped up, entering into the critical zone as long as you're above 88,900. Daily is also flipped up, and you're going to be flipped up above 94,250. And the 4 hours freshly flipping back up, and it will remain to the upside with volatility expansion entering the critical zone as long as you're above 94,950. So now on the high time frames, it is starting to shape up into a significantly more bullish posturing than it was before. Quarterly is back over that momentum pivot, remaining to the upside with momentum. Monthly is now very close to invalidating the bearish divergence. It's already over the number that you would need to invalidate it. If you close above 95,150, it will invalidate that bearish divergence. It will give you hidden bullish divergences on the 2-week, and that likely sends you to new all-time highs. Weekly is now invalidating the bearish divergence. You have momentum flipping up on the 2-week, all the way down, all the way to the 4-hour. Based off of the bear moon, though, and the HPDR resistance, I do expect it to reject the first half of somewhere around $98,000, come down over the next 2 weeks, put in a higher low, and then get the next bull moon. And then on that time around, I think we're probably going to break $100,000. This is all invalidated with the daily close would be enough for me under $80,000. If that happens, then we're probably gonna keep that monthly bearish divergence, and then probably gonna nuke. But right now, I'm starting to lean towards the position that we're probably gonna trend towards 97, and then towards the end of summer, we're probably gonna go to new all-time highs.
Thank you, sir. Great job. Well, we'll see. I sent you already on the chat. What's next?
Yes.
Well, fuck me. I'm out.
That's funny.
Yeah, I really hope this goes to the moon right now, because if I can't tell you how fucking furious I'll be if this comes down. So go on, bullish Bitcoin. Do your thing.
Guys, I told you about the tailwinds. You guys are fucking idiots for not listening to me. Who's laughing now, huh?
All right, Scott. You don't have to
let's just wait until the freaking weekly close, Scott. Come on.
God, tailwinds, tailwinds. I said tailwinds, motherfuckers, tailwinds. All right, I'm going to go to see a McLaren race. Bye.
Bye, Scott.
Adios, Scott.
God damn, Scott was right, and he's angry. Really angry.
Yeah.
Really angry. I imagine he's going to be unbearable if we go to all-time highs again.
Oh, God.
Here we go. Vale. Estamos viendo Bitcoin y ahorita la pregunta del siglo, ¿para arriba o para abajo? Y claramente con lo que estamos viendo acá, tiene preferencia para arriba. Yo estaba en corto hasta ahora, me acaba de sacar de mi posición con el famosillo stop loss. Así que se acabó mi súper corto en este momento y no lo voy a intentar una vez más acá. Sería de estúpidos porque técnicamente hablando, Bitcoin se ve bastante fuerte. ¿Puede doblarse y volver a regresar para abajo? Sí, definitivamente. Pero por ahora se ve alcista. Algo antes de solamente ponerles el análisis de Bitcoin acá enfrente de todos ustedes, quiero que vean, está rompiendo esta resistencia, ¿no? Este punto de fricción, estos son mis puntos de fricción y estos son mis canales. Si los pongo en Solamis, en los Solamis puedes ver que estamos ante esta resistencia justamente donde hay fricción de precio. Si esto llega a rechazar en verdad, quiere decir que Bitcoin solo fue a hacerme una putada y me sacó. Espero que se vayan al cielo. En este momento quiero altos históricos una vez más. ¿Por qué? Porque me voy a encabronar muy cabrón. Si de este corto me sacó por nada y después se da la vuelta. Pero bueno, cosas así pasan todo el tiempo. Por ahora, Solamis también está acá. Ahora, si Bitcoin está rompiendo, si Bitcoin está rompiendo mi zona de fricción, yo esperaría que Solana también lo haga. Y no nada más que lo haga, que se vaya a testear los 170, 180 dólares. Es lo que yo esperaría. Y ahí es donde personalmente, una vez más, probablemente intentaría hacerle un cortillo. Y a Bitcoin, ¿dónde sería eso? Literalmente los $99,000. Antes de llegar a los 100. Esa es mi última parada antes. Ahora, a este punto, todo ya se ve muy alcista. Todo. O sea, literalmente estoy hablando de 98, 99,000 y que no se lleve este pico. Esto se ve alcista, pero voltea a ver el SP500 y el SP500 simplemente no está superando esto. Ya superó esta, pero no esta. Y la zona de los 5,500 para mí es todo. Si no podemos superar los 5,500 en el SP500, me empezaría a preocupar, no a preocupar, pero empezaría a pensar que sí, efectivamente, vamos a ir a revisitar mínimos y hacer nuevos mínimos, pero por ahora estamos ante el a dónde vamos. Viendo todo esto, vamos a analizarlo rápidamente, y discúlpenme, esta es la tabla sucia, mi tabla limpia del Bitcoin. Los voy a llevar a la trimestral rápidamente. En la trimestral podemos ver que esta vela nos está dando literalmente el rebote de la historia y está trepando por encima de todas nuestras resistencias, posibles resistencias, etcétera. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, del 21 y del 34. Quiero ponerles el promedio del 5 en este momento. Promedio del 5 justamente en los 80,360. ¿Ok? Con eso dicho, volatilidad nos había dado este setup que efectivamente se volvió inválido el mes pasado y ahora simplemente parece que está yendo de lado. Puede que continúe apoyando si sigue expandiendo, pero tiene que voltearse un poco más para arriba, en mi opinión, para poder hacerlo. Por ahora podrías decir tal vez que lo está haciendo o no. Mensual retomó el promedio del 9, retomó el promedio del 5 y estamos por encima de esta zona de fricción en los $94,800. Eso nos pone y está cotizando Bitcoin en $95,610 en este momento. Hemos hecho este alto en los $109,000 y hemos tenido este bajo en los 74,000. Podrías llamarlo un rango oficialmente y decir que vamos a estar por acá o tal vez romper nuevos altos históricos. Vamos a poner atención ahí. También Bitcoin está preparando un setup mensual de volatilidad que a algún punto cuando llegue a pasar el promedio, recuerden, esto es nuestro BBWP, nuestro indicador de volatilidad. Volatilidad es la línea de colores, nuestro indicador, el promedio es la línea blanca. Aquí arriba es 100%, aquí abajo es 0% y 15% es donde nosotros consideramos que se crea un setup. Pero pueden ver que la volatilidad nunca ha llegado por debajo de la línea verde. Idealmente nos gustaría esto y después esto, pero no puedes pedirle, no puedes ser limosnero con garrote, carnal. Una vez que pasemos esto a la alza, estará pendiente y activo un nuevo setup de volatilidad. Por ahora no tenemos nada, pero está a punto de. ¿Y esto va a acompañar este velazo hacia arriba o no? Esa va a ser la pregunta del millón. Voy a poner el HPDR para ver qué estamos viendo en estos momentos por acá. Podemos ver que estamos por encima de la media. Nuestra media está en 89,906, bastante por encima. Además de que nos apoyamos en el promedio del 9 para dar este repunte y eso nos debería dar un objetivo de continuar en esta postura de $112,000. Ahora, para cerrar esta vela, solamente faltan 5 días y 9 horas, pero importante saber que de perder la media estarías viendo tu objetivo aquí abajo. Así que todavía esta es la cosa. Tenemos que esperar a que cierre la semanal y la mensual y la de 2 semanas en esto para saber exactamente dónde estamos parados, porque por ahora hay demasiado ruido en las tablas. 2 semanas justamente nos está invitando la zona azul, pero exactamente, estamos entrando en la zona azul. De no rechazarla y poder entrar, vamos a ir a buscar la media y la media está en $114,000. Esta es la tabla de 2 semanas. Todavía faltan 2 días y 9 horas para cerrar esta tabla de 2 semanas, así que veamos qué pasa. Además de que también tenemos un setup de volatilidad donde aquí sí se metió por debajo el 15% y vamos a esperar a que nos diga, aquí voy. Algo que personalmente me llama la atención, estando más del lado bajista por ahora, es que la volatilidad con este pompazo no se molestó en subir y apoyarlo. Es interesante para mí, lo voy a tomar como nota y ya. De perder la zona azul, tu siguiente objetivo debería de ser el 61,8%, que está en $82,000, básicamente. Vámonos a la semanal. La semanal, tenemos el tope de la zona azul justamente en los 97,258. De poder romper esta zona, definitivamente $109,000 por ahí del nuevo máximo histórico está enfrente de nosotros. La cosa es, volatilidad está contrayendo ante este zampompazo. Otra cosa que simplemente notar en esto. 5 días, un poco muy parecido a la de 2 semanas, por obvias razones. Aquí estamos en la parte de la zona azul. Volatilidad está preparando un setup. ¿Vieron cómo se empezó a voltear para abajo? Volatilidad está empezando a voltear para abajo y eso quiere decir que todavía no hay nada. Y eso es importante porque estamos viendo este zampompazo que ahora, ¿por qué es importante? No estoy diciendo que la volatilidad se va a voltear, va a subir solamente si va para abajo. También lo podría hacer para arriba. Pero interesante que en este pompazo de 84,000 a 97,000 dólares, a 96,000, ¿cuánto estamos? 96,600, no ha expandido. Es algo que simplemente tengo ahí en la cabeza por alguna razón. De poder romper la zona de los 97, se los dije, vamos a... no, en la de 5 días, nuestro siguiente objetivo serían los 107,304, que nos pone ya en, pues vamos a máximos históricos. Diaria. Diaria me está contando que ante este gran movimiento, la volatilidad está llegando a extremos y la volatilidad llegando a extremos, estamos hablando de extremos más altos de los del último año, básicamente. Y estos extremos nos están diciendo que este movimiento a la alza probablemente esté llegando a un final. El HPDR un poco medio de esa confluencia. Podríamos llegar hasta los 99,253. Eso sería una mamada porque ahí sería lo que el escenario que les dije, donde 99 es donde nos rechacen, nos vamos al pito. Que poéticamente hablándolo, sabiendo cuánto tiempo esperamos en los 99 para cruzar a los 100, tendría todo el sentido del mundo ahora que lo pienso, pero tal vez juegue eso. Honestamente, no veo por qué no. De todas maneras, mi invalidación está acá, justamente en los 99,570 y tantos. Voy a usar la diaria para ver. Y de nuevo, viendo esta expansión de volatilidad que se da para dar acá y llegar acá, nos ponen extremos ahora. Para no hacerles el cuento largo, ponérselas sencillas. Estamos viendo en la mensual, tenemos esa divergencia bajista que ha detenido absolutamente todos los mercados alcistas en la historia. En este momento estamos a punto de perder esa divergencia bajista, de cerrar por arriba de 88,800 dólares, de cerrar por encima cuando se cierre esa vela mensual en 5 días, por arriba de 88,000 dólares. Esa divergencia bajista desaparece y probablemente vayamos a ver nuevos máximos históricos. De no darse eso, esperaríamos regresar. Aquí hay dos escenarios sencillos. Uno, el alcista, ¿dónde entro si soy alcista? Eres alcista, vas a esperar dos cosas. Uno, o el retome, el replanteamiento, el retesteo de nuestro promedio del 9, que está aquí abajo, lo puedes ver justamente en azul acá. Eso sería la zona donde esperarías que el precio llegue a tocar y después reventar a la alza. O dos, justamente la zona de los 89,000 dólares. Ahora, ¿dónde está el breakout fuerte? En los 87. Pero como tienes tu SMA 200, que es literalmente lo que rompiste acá, para mí es donde lo que yo consideraría la zona que va a ser como un imán, va a ser regresar a los 88,900, pongamos, a esta zona. Cualquiera de estas dos oportunidades funcionaría para hacer un long y boom, a la alza. Ahora, cortos, no te quedan muchas opciones. Literalmente aquí ya estás buscando hasta los 99,000, que es la que te había dicho. Fuera de eso, la última esperanza, así de no mames para toda esta gente, sería por ahí abajo de los 97,000, pero personalmente creo que esta línea en la arena, la de los 99,000, 100,000 dólares, va a ser la que juegue. Si es que somos bajistas, si esto se regresa ahorita, solamente voy a estar muy encabronado y decepcionado en mí mismo. Pero fuera de eso no pasa nada. Y si somos bajistas, literalmente esperar a ver si se regresa el movimiento. Queremos perder los 88,600 y de ahí, por supuesto, el cruce plateado y todo esto por debajo de los 86,000 es lo que nos pondría una vez más en postura bajista agresiva. Por ahora, estamos esperando al rebote o a la pérdida de esta zona en los 88,900 dólares. El rebote nos llevaría muy probablemente a máximos históricos o mínimo 99,000 y el perder la zona nos llevaría a nuevos mínimos. De los 88,000 nos llevaría a hacer un nuevo mínimo porque hicimos un alto más bajo y después de un alto más bajo continúa un bajo más bajo técnicamente hablando y es lo que esperaríamos. Así que ahí lo tienen. Eso es el Bitcoin. Voy a quitar mis emojis por acá. Voy a quitar estos tamborines y estos tamborines. You're right. What do we got now? Let me bring Farhan back since motherfucker keeps leaving. Alex,
You sound like a robot
nice.
for me. My internet connection is fading the fuck out.
Are you on the new
Yeah.
Wi-Fi?
I'm not sure. Let me switch over to the other one.
Yeah.
AC.
ACHR.
That's a request from my guy Luis.
Okay. Yeah, I charted it real fast, and it's not looking bad. You know, how I'm looking at this chart now on the weekly is, you know, this one to me, it's a nice gauge. Just think of it as like a range. It just likes to range majority of the time. And so now we're entering possibly into a new range within this new weekly close. But to me now, we want to be cognizant of the 2-week downtrend, because I do think the 2-week is in a nice downtrend, and we're very close to actually flipping this. So what you're going to start seeing is potentially bears starting to maybe reject us slightly around here. For me, though, I wouldn't be concerned because of just how the daily is, right? As long as we're holding above $7.74, ACHR to me should make its way up to $9.76. And that just makes a lot of sense. You have the daily 9, the 21. I think we're in silver cross on the daily. Now, close, but not yet. But you just have a lot of support here on the daily, mixed in with HPDR. When we go to the weekly, you can actually see we're breaking out potentially. So into, you know, the new week, it would make sense to kind of gauge either a bounce to 38.2%. And at that point, when the median's here, the even weekly 9, the 21, it just would make sense to see this actually get back tested before going up to $9.74. We are breaking out. This was holding us down. We don't long here. We always wait for the back test. We let price prove to us that this is support by back testing and holding on, let's say, dailies. So that's kind of where I'm looking at this chart. It's very simple. It's just if you play this range and view it as a range, you know, long here, sell here. I do think that'll play out nicely because it did work. If I go to the weekly and actually look at this, let me get the rainbow chart off too. This has worked. I mean, in this point here, we were just ranging really hard, and we either get follow through if we lost $7.79 or we reclaim $9.74. So it's just going to be important. Overall, though, this chart's not looking bad. The place bulls really do want to take really confirm that the 2-week and weekly is in an uptrend. For me, is breaking March 3rd's high, which then would come into us hitting resistance. We probably then get a higher low. 974 probably rejects first tap, but then that's where you want to really be gauging your bullish structure. Now let's see the monthly. Nice. Monthly is holding the 9. Beautiful reaction off the 34. You can see how important this high is, right? Because that's just the last monthly high, essentially. We are approaching extremes on the monthly. So, again, ties into kind of the idea. Maybe bulls do try to take it up to this point. Maybe we do shift the weekly trend. Bears will be trying to essentially reject us at this spot. But, you know, if we get any kind of pullback, I'm just going to be looking at that as an opportunity as long as the weekly 9 is holding. Next target should be, you know, $9.44 to $9.79. Now, the range doesn't have to break here, especially when you see like a weekly volatility resetting. We very well could just keep doing this for a few weeks. Now, if you start reclaiming back above 974, that's when I'm going to be, you know, talking about the potential to go up to $11.80, essentially testing these wick highs. Till then, just gauge this that it's in a range. We're now in a new range. And when we break out, we never really like to go long here. We always want to let this prove to us that this was support. We only had minimal dailies above $9.74. So some pullback at this point would make sense. And then if you're looking to position, you're playing the shift here on the daily, right? The 34 now getting reclaimed. What was rejecting us and deviating, you want this to hold the back test. So the daily and the weekly all correspond. You're either playing the daily 9, 34, or EMA 100, or you're looking at the weekly to play the weekly median, the 9, and the 38.2%. Regardless, I'm looking at a pullback being probable in early May, that pullback forming more bullish structure, and then for this to make its way up to $9.74. Now that's the big spot. break and reclaim 974, you could potentially be talking about testing the highs again. Until then, just range trade it. Volatility allows. So that's it. Very simple. You're just watching $7.72 to hold, essentially. As long as it does,
Yeah.
it gives you long to 974. So it's very simple.
Very clean, honestly. This one, and you made it look easy. So thank you, sir.
Sure.
I already sent you Celsius for you, so we can get it going. And let's roll with this. Thank you. Ok, estamos viendo ACHR, que se llama Archer Aviation Inc., Aerospace and Defense. Bien. Ok, esta empresa empezó a cotizar en el 2020. Desde ahí tuvo este zampompazo hasta los $18 y ahorita está cotizando en casi la mitad, en 8.70. Pero, interesante, si ponemos atención acá, me parece que este fue el fondo, efectivamente. Estamos creando nuevos mínimos más altos, más altos. Obviamente nos queremos llevar esto. Está en una clara postura alcista, sobre todo ahora despegando de acá, llegando a los 12.51, y lo que nos preguntamos es, ¿va a aguantar o no esto y deberíamos de continuar ser alcistas o este ya es como el final? Simplemente viendo la estructura semanal de cada uno y viendo que nuestro SMA 200 está acá, no lo tocamos, que el 100 nos apoyamos y después explotamos a la alza, nosotros creemos que estamos en una postura que favorece más hacia arriba que hacia abajo. Viéndolo así, tal cual, puedes ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 7.83. Está básicamente, todos nuestros promedios están en esta línea verde, ¿no? Cuando ves todos tus promedios ahí, es buenísimo porque es cuando tiene más fuerza el movimiento en una dirección. Lo que nosotros esperaríamos para poder hacer un trade en esto es sencillo. No tienes que romperte la cabeza, no tienes que hacer un long acá y esperar a que por el arte de Dios te lleve a los 9.74 y después a máximos históricos. Lo único que tienes que esperar es a retestear una vez más la zona de breakout. Vamos a ver en la diaria si se ve todavía mejor. En la diaria lo pueden ver perfecto. Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado por acá, el amarillo y el naranja tienen que cambiar de lugar. Y eso quiere decir que muy probablemente vas a venir a retestear el promedio del 9 en la diaria en los 7.80. Ahora, si vienes a testear esto y llegas a perder esta zona de los 7.58, y se los voy a poner en el HPDR para que lo puedan ver bien. También viendo con el HPDR en la diaria, me está sugiriendo que este movimiento es muy agresivo y que está cansado y que debería de volver a regresar por acá. Yo me preocuparía para abajo perdiendo los 7.36. 7.12 definitivamente. 7.12 es lo que yo usaría como referencia. ¿Por qué? Porque en los 7.12 tienes este mínimo. Si ya te llevas este mínimo, vas a venir hasta acá. Pero por ahora, esta zona debería de aguantar. ¿Cómo sabes si eres alcista? Si puedes romper los 9.41. Arriba de los 9.41, que es este máximo, te va a llevar a máximos históricos. Digo, no a máximos históricos, máximos locales mínimo, que primero serían 8.86 y después serían 12.49. De poder romper esos, vas a los 18, que es donde está el máximo histórico. Por ahora, lo que estás buscando es el retesteo o estás viendo si va a volver a hacerte esto. Si llegas a caer debajo de los promedios una vez más, muy probablemente vayas a buscar un mínimo más bajo. Y aquí atentos, porque efectivamente esto podría estar jugando así. Entonces, lo que quieres ver es este rechazo para entrar y que aguante acá. Ahora, me van a decir, pero ¿por qué entonces no entramos en corto acá? También podrías, tu invalidación simplemente sería 9.41 y estás en 9.68. Yo creo que en temas porcentuales es donde no vale la pena. 8% exactamente. Bastante alto el stop loss. Yo me esperaría ver el movimiento primero, porque el corto lo puede ser una vez que rompas, si esto se llega a voltear y bajar, una vez que rompas esta zona, vas a venir a retestearla. Y ahí es donde apuestas en corto. Pero por ahora esto se ve alcista. Tiene cara alcista, tiene cara que encontró un fondo aquí en el SMA 200 por ahora, viéndolo en la semanal, viendo en la de 5 días. También puedes ver todos tus promedios. El 9 es lo que nos está apoyando por acá y nos está llevando a la alza. Y eso en la de 5 días, ¿no? Efectivamente, podríamos ir hasta los 10.8. Eso nos gustaría porque definitivamente romperías toda esta zona y ahí podríamos rechazar, venir a buscar esto y pum, el rebote a la alza. Pero eso sí, nos está diciendo que definitivamente en temporalidades cortas como la de 5 días a la diaria, estamos muy por encima de la zona del HPDR, lo que nos dice que va a haber una corrección y no nos sorprendería ver esa corrección ser justamente el retesteo de la zona de breakout, que es justamente los 770 y de ahí explotar a la alza. Importante después de eso poder romper esta resistencia, que es lo que yo pondría. Así que ya lo saben, baja abajo de los 770 empezaría a preocuparnos que podría esto tal vez no aguantar, pero un rebote en los 770 nos haría irnos en long y sobre todo una confirmación pasando a otra esta y otra esta. Eso nos llevaría a los 11, 12 dólares y de ahí a máximos históricos. Ahí tienen ACHR. Mr. Farhan, we're looking at Tesla with you.
Alrighty. My theory for why this thing might be pumping because it's military related, right? The India and Pakistan are on the verge of war.
They are in war, no?
Not technically war just yet.
I thought they officially started that shit, but good.
India is sending their aircraft carrier to Pakistan shores, and Pakistan is announcing that they're going to be doing live fire drills in that area. So if they hit
Hey,
their aircraft carrier, then they're officially at war.
these
Let me switch
fucking
it.
people, dude. Like, it's 2025.
And the craziest part is that Pakistanis and Indians are literally the same exact fucking people.
I
The
know.
only thing that separates them is a border, but they hate each other more than like anybody. They hate each other basically more than the Palestinians and the Israelis.
Yeah, I know. I know. It's wild. Not a lot of people know about this one, though. Not a lot of
Yeah,
people know about this one.
everybody knows about the Middle East one, but not many people know about the one that's in South Asia.
Yeah.
The joke that everybody was saying was you can smell their aircraft carrier coming. On the quarterly on Tesla, we are starting to reject the bearish control zone, but we are still below the moving average, so we can't quite confirm momentum to the upside until we get back above that moving average. Right now, volatility is still contracting, and we have lost the buy signal on the quarterly. We haven't quite confirmed it yet, but it's looking like it will confirm as long as we close below that 38.2%. If we close over that 38.2%, though, then the fun game is back on, and we're back into the range, and that would give us a target of hitting the median. Right now, 38.2% is sitting at $282. We're not very much below it right now. If we can close over the area, that would give us a target of the median. This median is likely going to move, but right now it's sitting at $355, getting us very close back to the top of the range. And once you are back in this range, you probably will retest this meme line and go to the top of the meme line. And at that point, you're flirting with new all-time highs. And it would line up with momentum rejecting the bearish control zone. Although if you reject this 38.2%, but technically it is a rejection right now, and ideally close below this meme line, then you're probably going to roll over and break these lows, come down to this meme line at a minimum. But right now, my bias is that it's probably going to close over 38.2%, and probably going to go to new highs from there. I think the bottom is in on Tesla as of this moment. Let's shift to the monthly. Monthly right now is still contracting on momentum with volatility also contracting, and we're starting to get a sell signal on the jewel. However, the monthly is now starting to shape up to be a quite strong candle. Basically, it swept these lows, swept all of these lows, and we're back over that 38.2% now. Ideally, we'd like to see it close over the median. That'd be perfect. If we can close over $299.10, then we're very likely going to go back towards somewhere around $400. We're still below that area right now, though. 2 week. 2 week is now very close to shifting momentum up. And it makes sense to bounce from here because we hit extreme areas of momentum and volatility, and we hit the 97.5% of the HPDR. So right now we are getting back above this meme line. We want to see it ideally close above the same 299 area, and then probably we're going to go to somewhere around high 300s to low 400s. Right now, bearish hopium though is that this jewel is about to give us a pretty cool sell signal, and I think we've already got it on the monthly. Now the monthly is to the upside right now. That's interesting. So that does line up with the view that the bottom could be in on Tesla, because this buy signal would have this coming back down to the edge of the bullish control zone and then flipping back up around here. That would line up with the quarterly closing over the 38.2%.
I am like the
Weekly,
saddest person making money buying Tesla because I was hoping it to go down even more to add my 2 other entries, but oh fuck.
it had to be done with what's his face tampon Tim saying to look at the Tesla chart.
Exactly. Motherfucking shit.
Weekly is now getting momentum shifting back up, getting very close to getting back into the bullish control zone with volatility now approaching 0%, and the jewel is now freshly giving us a buy signal in the bearish control zone. Let's mark this with a vertical line. We haven't quite confirmed the buy signal yet, but it likely will be confirmed on this weekly close as long as we close anywhere over this 200 SMA and this 38.2%, which right now is sitting right around $250. So we're a little bit above that right now. Let's go back to these buy signals. Let's see. And I'll just do one more. 2019. 2019 was one of those blur years. We went up 24%. Let's see. One. 26%, very similar number. 30%. Oh, very nice. Tesla likes to move in rhyming fam. I hope this has been similar too. That would be very nice. So no, 60%. Sure. 49.5. And as of right now, 21.5. Let's take it to about 30%. Amazing how it lines right up at 299 and right at that 38.2%. 299 is going to be that area to break. If you can get a weekly close over
Yeah.
299, $300, back on.
100%. 100 million%.
Come on. 5 days now getting into the bullish control zone. Last time we freshly went into the bullish control zone was over here back in October 2024, and then we went to new highs. Right now, volatility is still contracting. However, it likely will expand if you close over $300, with the jewel also giving us a buy signal. 2 day as well as getting into the bullish control zone with volatility support. Another 2 days breaking out of the bearish control zone with a buy signal, and it's completely skipping the neutral phase and going straight to buy. You will rarely see that on the jewel where it skips the neutral phase. Daily is also getting into the bullish control zone with volatility support, and the jewel is giving you a buy signal. And you're getting over the 38.2%. Which is right now at 267. If you can close over there, that would give you a target of just around 295 to 299. And it still is possible to go up to 299 and reject it. Not impossible. 4 hours getting very, very close to a local top somewhere around here, maybe slightly higher, which would be 299. Because you're getting over the 97.5%, you're getting volatility and momentum just about to hit 99%. Sorry. Uh-oh. Quarterly on Tesla, so 6 month actually, nothing. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence. Just like Bitcoin, it came very close to invalidating it, and it will be active as long as you're closing over $217. And your next move on that divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which is right now at 352. Monthly, nothing. Nothing. Weekly is about to put in another drive of fresh hidden bullish divergence. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. and it will confirm as long as you're closing above $274.69. That's a very nice number. And if you want to be aggressive, you could use $261.80. And that would give you a target at the edge of the bearish control zone, which right now is at 344, very similar number. 5 days also going to put in that hidden bullish divergence. As long as you close over, if you want to be conservative, 274.69, aggressive, 258.75. And that would also that would give you a target of about 316. Nothing on there. 2 days already confirmed, mini drives of bullish divergence. And your next target is going to be the bullish control zone, which is at about 311, similar target. Daily is confirmed the hidden bullish divergence. Next target is somewhere around the critical zone, which right now is at about, it's going to update a little bit of a ridiculous target at 823. And 4 hours also has bullish divergence. And it's going to be active as long as you are closing above about 249.21. And it lines up with closing over this 100, taking you to the 200 at low to mid 300s. Interesting. Doesn't line up with any RSI targets though. Go to the momentum. Six month is still to the upside, right about to flip back up, or it is currently flipping up at the edge of the bullish control zone. And since this is flipped up and we made a lower low on momentum than this levels here, while making a higher low, we have confirmed 6 month bullish divergence on the stochastic. Very interesting. 3 month is very close to flipping back up. It's currently flipped down, and it will flip up in a long time, 2 months and 6 days, if we close over 229.20. And that will be a rejection of the bearish control zone. And we made a lower low than this momentum while making a higher low here, and it will confirm it in bullish divergence too. Monthly is still, however, flipped to the downside, and it's flipped pretty heavily down, and it's flipped down below 447. 2 week is also flipped to the downside, flipped down below 381. Weekly, however, is flipped up, and it will remain up above 239. 5 days also flipped up above 252. 2 days flipped up, exiting the bearish control zone above 242. Daily is flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone as long as it's above 241. And now 4 hours also flipped to the upside, entering the critical zone as long as you're above 244. So right now on Tesla, it is starting to shape up and look like the bottom could be in, and it's very close to confirming. I just want to wait until the monthly close. Quarterly is starting to flip back to the upside, putting in hidden bullish divergence. 6 month is still flipped up. The only ones that are bearish or flip down are the monthly and the 2 week, but everything below that is starting to flip up, looking like they are going to bleed over into the monthly and the 2 week. You have weekly, 5 day, 2 day, daily, all the way up to a 4 hour starting to flip back up. I just want to see it get a close over $300, and then that's going to confirm to me that the bottom is in, and we're probably going to go to new all-time highs. And the invalidation of all of this is closing below 214. If that happens, even a tick below 214, and that'll be enough for me to say that we're probably going to break these lows and go significantly lower. Right now, my bias is that the bottom is in, and I want to see it close over $300 to confirm that.
Nice. Very nice. Let's see if Elon Musk and the Nazi mobile can really do
Hi,
it.
everyone. I am Elon Ma.
I'm Elon Musk. Because he doesn't say anything. It's
No,
just
he doesn't speak
ridiculous how
English.
bad he is. Not at all. I like the other guy that does the Trump. I keep seeing his videos. The China guy that just like goes, and everybody's here in the city. It's floating. Everybody loves a city that floats. Who doesn't like that? That guy's phenomenal. But yeah. Thank you, sir.
I would love to see Trump's reaction to that dude.
I know. We're gonna need Mr. Garlic House's services, please. After from you.
Garlic House is here to serve.
There you go, my ninja. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, damas y caballeros. Estamos viéndolo en una gráfica semanal. La pregunta es, ¿tocamos fondo? ¿Llegamos al fondo? ¿Compramos el fondo? Compramos el fondo, estaría bueno, pero honestamente algo desinspirado para mí, algo no tan inspirable. ¿Por qué? Porque todavía me hubiera gustado tirarle más a la bolsa ahí, yo creo que todavía se va a poder, pero por ahora estamos dando ese rebote potente y recuerden, mercados bajistas tienen los mejores rebotes de toda la historia y siempre hay que aprovecharlos, no quedarse fuera en esas oportunidades. Por ahora, Tesla viene cayendo de su máximo histórico en 488. Llegamos al fondo acá en 214.87 y ahorita estamos cotizando en 281. Para mí, les había dicho, queremos ser alcistas en el último stream. Perdón. Queremos ser alcistas, solamente tenemos que estar por encima del S&P 200. Pueden ver que caímos y luego lo tomamos y pueden ver el golpe que dio a la alza. Está encontrando resistencia en este momento en el 55, después de romper el 9 a la alza. Ahora, esto es bastante sencillo. Nosotros creemos que Tesla puede haber puesto su fondo local por ahora y esa confirmación nos la daría por encima de 300. Retomando esta zona, que es también donde está el promedio del 21 y el 34, es donde nosotros diríamos, ok, este fue el fondo, qué chido, y ahora vamos a continuar en la fiesta de Tesla y todo va a ir para arriba. Recuerden, no, nada, no sé por qué les iba a decir lo que les iba a decir, pero no tiene sentido. Así que por ahora estamos viendo eso. ¿Qué nos haría cambiar de opinión? Literalmente volver a tocar los 214 una vez más. Eso nos pondría en una situación de, no, vamos a ir a crear un nuevo mínimo. Pero a Tesla le gusta dar estos pompazos. Les voy a llevar al 2021 a justamente el tope de Tesla. Porque de estos 415 nos llevó a 233. Donde rompimos con fuerza hasta los 380, de ahí venimos a los 208, y es justamente esto. Yo creo que estamos ante esta primera ola en el movimiento. ¿A dónde podría parar? Personalmente, yo lo había visto en 300. Ahora, puede estar mal, puede parar acá en 334, regresar hasta acá en los 371 y después voltearse para abajo. Lo único que queremos ver para nosotros decir, por ahora, que el fondo local, importante, local, sea este, es poder estar por encima de esta zona en los $300. Les voy a enseñar el gráfico en diferentes temporalidades para que lo puedan ver exactamente con perspectiva. Y ahí ustedes armen su análisis chidonio. Pueden ver que hasta en la mensual hemos recuperado el promedio de la 9 y el 5. Eso nos pone una vez más de vuelta pensando postura alcista. Ok, tal vez ya lo malo se acabó, etcétera. Pueden ver que el 34 está subiendo con mi línea meme por acá, importante. Y vamos a poner el HPDR para entender esto. ¿Dónde estamos en este momento? Justamente en la parte baja de la zona azul. De tener un rechazo en los 280, eso nos debería llevar mínimo al 50% en los 2.53 y de ahí probablemente al 61.8% en los 2.29. De poder romper esta zona en los 282, vamos a ir muy probablemente a la media que está en $355 y eso le da un poco de confluencia a lo que acabo de decir. Volatilidad, nada. Mensual. En la mensual justamente estamos intentando ir por esa media deliciosa que se encuentra en los $300, regresando un poco a la confluencia de lo que estamos diciendo. Nuestra tabla mensual todavía no recuperamos el promedio del 9 y todavía no recuperamos el promedio del 34. Lo hicimos en la trimestral, pero no en esta. Interesante. Acá tenemos también la media acá. Esta confluencia de todas estas cosas en los 2.99 es lo que nos hace pensar que aquí es la zona de la verdad, literalmente. O rompes a la alza y te vas a los 355, o te rechazas y vas a buscar un mínimo de una vez nuevo. Personalmente creo que podríamos romper esto a la alza e ir a buscar estos objetivos por acá en los 350 y de ahí rechazar. Eso sería un escenario muy posible. Ahora, esto yo ya lo compré por suerte o como quieran decirlo en el fondo. No estoy interesado en agregar a mi posición en la subida, solamente si baja más. Y si no baja más, pues voy a buscar más entradas en otras cosas, tal vez. De todas maneras, literalmente de la bolsa que le iba a meter a Tesla, que es una cosa choncha, una tercera parte, no una tercera parte entera porque estoy entrando, mientras más baja, más le meto, pero una tercera parte de mi entrada está ahí, básicamente, tristemente. Bueno, contentamente. Nunca había estado triste por hacer dinero. En la de, en la de 2 semanas, puedes ver que estamos en extremos en el 97.5% y ahora estamos intentando romper ese 95%. De poder romper los 286, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser nuestro promedio del 9, que se encuentra justamente en los $300, agregando un poco de confluencia a lo que estábamos diciendo. Semanal, nuestra parte alta de la zona azul está justamente en los 300, todavía dándonos más confluencia que los 300, muy probablemente los vamos a ver en Tesla, y ahí es donde vamos a ver el momento de la verdad, si va a ser para arriba o para abajo, puede romper los 200, tu siguiente objetivo en la semanal debería ser por acá, esta línea meme en los 330, 334. Diaria empezamos ya a llegar a extremos y podemos ver el 88.3% junto con nuestro promedio del 100 y el S&P 200 están en la zona de los 300, casi. 291, 294 y 296. Ahí es donde podríamos nosotros encontrar esa resistencia que estamos hablando y después de ahí ir para abajo. Pero es lo que tenemos que estar al pendiente simplemente. ¿Dónde nos empezaríamos a preocupar? Perdiendo los 250 en la diaria, porque es donde está tu promedio del 9 y además eso te traería de vuelta a esto. Déjame lo quito para que lo puedan ver. A esto. Tienes toda esta resistencia todo este tiempo. Si llegas a doblarte por acá y caer una vez más acá donde está tu promedio del 9, es porque estás regresando a retestear la parte donde rompiste y si puede aguantar, pues esperarías ese movimiento a la alza. Pero de perder esta zona y también esta resistencia y entrar de vuelta para acá, pues ya estás más o menos predeterminado y consciente de que podrías llegar a los 216 una vez más y eso probablemente te lleve a hacer un fondo. Por ahora, simplemente viendo a Tesla como está parado y que estamos ante un rebote en un mercado bajista, seguimos alcistas en este momento a corto plazo hasta los 300. Y ahí es donde empezaríamos nosotros a ver si en verdad esto fue el fondo y si podemos romper los 300, es lo que sugeriría. Si no podemos romper los 300, sugeriría que esto va a ser roto, que no vamos a poder pasar los 291. 291 va a ser la zona importante, que también coincide con tu SMA 200 y el EMA 100. De no poder pasar este máximo, pues ya te doblarías a la baja. Por ahora le damos más chance a que lleguemos a los 300 primero que cualquier cosa, y de ahí es donde veríamos qué exactamente está haciendo el precio una vez que encuentre esa fricción. Por ahora estás viendo en volatilidad diaria, estás teniendo una expansión, no de las mejores, pero tienes expansión ante este velazo verde, lo que dice que si esta volatilidad continúa expandiendo, que apenas está en 61% y le gusta llegar a los 100, eso podría continuar empujando a Tesla a esos números ridículos que todo el mundo está poniendo y honestamente no estaría nada mal. Personalmente, si llegamos a tener el lujo de ir a los 370, voy a vender mi posición de aquí abajo porque ya cuánto es. Sí. Sí, y ahí, si es que llega, vendo y espero a que me saque la lotería y vuelva a caer a hacer ese mínimo que estamos esperando, porque personalmente creo que en este año vamos a ver un mercado más bajista. Pero es como lo vemos ahora. Una vez más, somos alcistas arriba de los 300, confirmando un fondo local. Por ahora, y arriba de los 300 nos tendríamos un buen chance de venir a esta zona en los 370, pero de no poder romper los 291, 292, encontrarnos con resistencia acá y perder justamente los 270, vas a ir a 250 y 250 para abajo. Ahí lo tienen en sus Tesla, damas y caballeros. Alrighty, what's next, Alex? Celsius. The drinks for the fat asses. No, I'm just kidding, everyone. Everyone that loves the Celsius is fine. It's fine. It's great.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be some type of special to like those because they taste like shit.
I actually like the way they taste. Like the one that I had in Texas was good, but instantly you can feel how bad it is for. Like, I mean, I could.
Yeah, when I used to drink a lot, like years ago, I used to chase with Celsius because I could justify like, oh, at least it's a little healthier for chaser.
Yeah,
no, right. Like that one. Yeah. So actually, Celsius is in an important zone today. What you're noticing is you're grinding above 34.71. That's quite important because what you're noticing is this is a big range. You're at the bottom of it now. Notice the daily SMA 200 got reclaimed and we're just solidly holding above. You should be gauging any move to that EMA 100, daily SMA 200 as an extremity low for potential long. We have daily BBWP fully reset while the daily SMA 200 just got reclaimed since it got lost back in June of 2024. So this is very important and there is a shift happening here. What you're noticing if you start zooming into this is we are starting to put in bullish structure, right? Daily is in an uptrend. We are holding above support. Yes, we lost the daily 9, but as you'll notice, the 21's been solidly holding. And this just plays into the reasoning. Whereas if we do end up, let's say, liquidity grabbing, this will be an extremity low, assuming then we can get back above $34.71. Let me go to the weekly now, because the weekly is also at a very important spot. And it's kind of like the weekly to me shows a nice range to determine up or down, right? Like you're either going to deviate 34.71 on a weekly and then make your way to the 21. And at that point, you're back in within like this range here, reject the 34, go to the 9. And if you lose the 9, probably goes down. Or we're going to reclaim that weekly SMA 200, which always, no matter what chart you look at, Forex, stocks, commodities, always will be an extremely big point because it's just a lot of data within the 200 SMA, specifically on a weekly. There's very few times we've gone below this, and each time we've SFP'd it, it always has resulted in a big move up. 23%. So boom, boom, boom. Okay. 35%. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Well, you get the point. That was like over 1,000% once it did that. And then here, right? Every single time. 135%. And that was it. So let's see then. Do we have anything else from recent times? No. Nope. So every single time Celsius on the weekly SFPs, it's weekly SMA 200, you at minimum see 10% moves. And that would kind of line in nicely with it going to the weekly EMA 100, which is the next zone. Reclaim that, you make your move up to $48. So it is very simple, honestly. It's like you're either just waiting for a weekly EMA 34 deviation leads to a weekly SMA 200 rejection. You short here, and you just play overall the weekly SMA 200 on the extremity shorts, or you wait for the reclaim of the weekly SMA 200, and then from there start formulating a range. Whereas, okay, if the weekly SMA 200 gets reclaimed at 38.40, probably gives you a free move up to the EMA 100. You reclaim that. You then get your move up to 48.30. So it really is just going to depend on either support getting lost or resistance breaking out, up or down, literally. No, but at least it's nice because you have a major zone here and you have a major zone here. And it's lining up nicely with the meme line. So it really is just more like a wait and see what's going to happen, right? It's like it's kind of in a gray zone here if you view it on the weekly, of course. So that's why I'm saying, you either wait for the reclaim or the loss of the weekly 34 and 9. Now the daily though, and that's why I started off with this, because the daily to me is this can at least guide us, right? Because the weekly, it's a lot more time frame, higher time frame, I mean. So at least in the daily, this is why I said you're starting to form that bullish price action. You're starting to see the daily 21 spin the bounce zone, even if the 9 has gone lost, the 21 has been holding. And now what you're noticing is we are bouncing from the 21. And then when you dissect this, you're like, yeah, and the daily SMA 200, EMA 100 reclaimed. This is bullish statistically. This should, once this breaks out, be an upside move. And I don't find it a coincidence that we now have volatility reset. Last time this gave us a setup was here, where price ended up moving. And again, I don't find it a coincidence that this started to happen right around the EMA 100. And conservative, I'll be conservative with this, 28%. I could take it like from here to there, and then there, 32% is a better one. So last daily volatility setup took us up 28 to 32%. Isn't that odd? You see that perfect confluence of the next target for Celsius being 48.31. Technically speaking, and I've never back tested that, but off quick glance, it gave us 30% move. I'm within my ranges. We do see that the next move would be 32%. Just have to look at that as interesting. But it will really be dependent on first the daily, moving up from here, right? So now when we're dissecting this data, it's like, okay, well, if we're going to go on the fact that the 21 is going to hold, bullish structures forming, great. Then I just don't want this low to be taken out. So that means I can start maybe longing here because I have an invalidation, add when the daily 9 gets reclaimed, because you know where you're wrong, right? We don't want this daily downtrend or uptrend to break. And it very obviously is in an uptrend. So yeah, it's a very clean chart. Celsius is looking okay to me. It's at a very tricky spot where it could go either way because of where we're at on the weekly and the 5-day. But the daily is giving me confidence that this is going to do some busting action soon. It's looking bullish. You're getting bullish structure and you're resetting daily volatility. Now, let me go to the monthly. Monthly kind of is telling us what we see. Tricky spot, yes, because of the 21, but it is more bullish than it's ever been in multiple months because we finally reclaimed the monthly 9. 5 days, this holds above it, could give you more confluence of the idea that potentially what I just showed where you're wrong. If we take this low out, let me see what that would look like on the monthly. It even shows 34. Yeah, so it kind of gives you an idea. If the monthly reclaims the 9, wouldn't you want to kind of long the 9? And you would have your stop here instead then? And the idea would be this is going to hold. The monthly 9 will just act as a spring, and that'll at least very minimum take you up to 40s. And then at that point, we're already then testing that weekly SMA 200. Well above it. So, in summary, Celsius is looking good. We haven't seen it look this good in a very long time, and that's just evident by the monthly chart. We've been solidly just nuking since June 2024, down only. It wasn't until we finally hit our support line, our EMA 100, where we finally got a move. And it is funny how, I feel like this is a good example of why my system works. Because imagine being the mofo just trying to long. And it's been like 3, 6, 7, 8 months of just straight down, where this would have showed you price divergence. You would have had an insane RR trade here if we would have identified it. Shooting star would have looked a short here. Okay, cool. Deviated the monthly 9, added on the monthly 9. Beautiful. Lost the 21. I'll add it to 21. Never got it. Lost the 34. Beautiful. Next target will be the EMA 100. And it was. And then, as it should find some kind of footing there, it did. And then once it actually got back reclaimed, got back above it, we're starting to move. And now Celsius structure is starting to very slowly but surely shift. And that's why I really enjoy moving averages, specifically when we're looking at boomer charts, because they do really love their moving averages. And so that's kind of what we're looking at now on Celsius. We already hit the EMA 100. We haven't done that in a very long time. Like if you were trying to invest, this was the investment zone. Last time we hit it was at $1.30. So it's pretty mega to see at least a bounce from this zone. That meme line held. You are at resistance. Daily will kind of guide you. You need the 9 at least to get reclaimed. Then at very minimum, test $39 again. And if the daily 9 starts not getting reclaimed, that'll be my first sign that, well, maybe then this starts rolling over, and maybe then the weekly starts rejecting the SMA 200, because this is a very big spot that we are at. You can't disregard it. And if you are mega bearish on Celsius, you're either looking at this to bigly reject you or this. End of story. You're just either looking for a massive rejection from here. And if you're bullish, you're just essentially looking for these to get reclaimed. It's very simple. And if you are bear bias, you'll know you're right if you start losing the daily EMA 100. So if you start losing the meme line, losing the 34, coming up here, maybe you get a bounce, you reject 34, and then you close below the meme line of EMA 100 on the daily, yeah, to me that's going to be the sign that this was a bull trap, and this is going to nuke probably hard all the way down to like $27, $25, $24. Till then, though, it's not looking too bad. I don't think I looked at the rainbow chart on the daily. Maybe I did, but let's just see if we get confluence. So we see the median too is right around where the 9 is, kind of just, again, solidifying we are at resistance, but also the 38.2% is perfectly right at the zone, right around 34.70. So if we ended up falling down here, it could just play into, well, the monthly just reclaimed the 9. We could just be retesting these zones here, while the weekly is going to maybe just throw it back to the 34. So yeah, that's kind of all I have though. Clean chart. It's looking more bullish than bearish. It's not at the place though where you're going to just like ape it. You're, just going to be watching this daily trend. And if the daily trend breaks, the 9 rejects, okay, that's definitely, you can start formulating a short. Until then, you should be looking for these to hold, for the 21 to hold, for us to at least get back above 37 and make a move up to 39. And at that point, if we go back up to 39, I'm going to be confident that this is probably just going to make its way up to 41. So yeah, Celsius is good. Bulls want $34 to hold essentially, and bears need the week, and bears essentially want the weekly SMA 200 to reject. So yeah, that's all I got on Celsius. Not bad.
Very nice, sir. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Vamos a ver Celsius rápidamente. Una de las bebidas energéticas que seguramente te van a destruir el estómago. Pero bueno, da igual. A fin de cuentas, todo se vale. Estamos viendo Celsius, una clara divergencia bajista desde el tope en los $99 y estamos cotizando en 36 en este momento. La pregunta del siglo, ¿vamos a subir o bajar? Y quiero que vean esta gatada. La misma vela trimestral está diciéndote, no sé, carnal, esto es un doji. ¿Qué es un doji? Un doji es una vela de indecisión, donde tienes el cuerpo, la parte gorda en medio, y tienes toda la parte de arriba y abajo, es casi simétrica, delgada. Y aquí lo tienes. Esta vela dice, no sé si voy para arriba, no sé si voy para abajo. En una gráfica trimestral, es la gatada del planeta. ¿Será nuestro fondo local en 21, literalmente con Celsius perdiendo casi 80% de su valor, o va a continuar bajando, o este fue el fondo y vamos a continuar subiendo? Esa es la pregunta que queremos resolver el día de hoy. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. Tenemos la misma vela, un doji. Cierra en 5 días y 5 horas. Para el fin de la próxima semana lo verán hacerlo. Y ahorita les voy a enseñar por qué esta línea está acá. Y para mí esto lo pone en postura un poco más alcista. Empieza a favorecer ello. Voy a enseñarles justamente esto. Pueden ver que estamos por encima del promedio del 9, 55, 5 y 100. Y ahora el 34 y el 21 están aquí arriba y el 34 es el que nos rechazó. Estando por encima de la media mensual, tomen nota, 35.84. Estando por encima de eso nos da una gran chance una vez más a ir a visitar estos 39.17 o tal vez ir hasta los 45.82 en la parte alta de esto. Primera línea de resistencia meme está en los $42. No, es la de 2 meses, perdón. 2 semanas nos dice, estamos por encima, está siendo alcista. Bien, estamos llegando al 61.8% que se encuentra en los 40.70, que nos da un poco más de confluencia a esta zona. Y nos dice que muy probablemente vengamos a retestear acá antes de continuar. Vamos a ver si es cierto. Ahorita les voy a enseñar esto con más tiempo. Pero por acá pueden ver estos máximos, mínimo, y ya creaste un nuevo máximo por acá. Lo único que tienes que romper en la de 2 semanas para poder cambiar esto y volverte completamente alcista es los 41.09, que es este máximo. Rompiendo esto, vas a tener, ahora sí que pista clara para irte a los 48, $49 en Celsius. Volatilidad está expandiendo, pero no, sí, definitivamente en este movimiento ahora. esta volatilidad está dándonos también esta vela roja, pero es cuando la volatilidad está volteándose. Esto nos quiere decir que podría ser una corrección. Ahora, algo que no me gusta en la de 2 semanas es perder el promedio del 100. ¿Por qué? Porque, ahí está. Perdiendo el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 lo hemos tenido desde el 2020, ¿ok? Lo perdimos acá. Venimos, retesteamos, rompemos a la alza y nos encontramos con él una vez más. Esto me haría pensar que esto debería de fallar y rechazar e ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo. Pero esto es lo único que me hace pensar eso en la de 2 semanas. Déjame ver la semanal. La semanal tienes también el 200 acá. Si el 200 nos rechaza, que es básicamente el 100 en lo que viste en la pasada, aquí está todo tu trade, por cierto. Aquí literalmente está todo tu trade. No puedes romper esta zona, olvídate de ir a la alza. Pierdes esta zona, la de los 32 o $30, vas para abajo. Yo creo que es bastante fácil. ¿Podría venir el precio a recargarse y después pompear? Podría justamente esta zona y después darle para arriba. Sí, pero lo primero que queremos ver, sobre todo en la diaria, ahí está también. En la diaria es poder retomar nuestro promedio del 9. Si no puedes tomar los $37 de vuelta, básicamente que es esta zona, olvídate de ahorita ir a la alza. Si llegas a perder justamente los 35, vas a una vez más a regresar a muy probablemente donde está el S&P 200. Ahora, ¿dónde está el HPDR en la diaria? Los 33 son bastante posibles, pero también, digo, te está rechazando la media. Quieren definitivamente los 37, que es lo que estás viendo acá, es tu zona a romper a la alza. Si rompes los 37 y de ahí te llevas los 39 de esta vela, eso te da camino limpio hasta una vez más los 42. Pero de perder los 35 y después los 34, vas a ir a visitar este promedio del S&P 200 en los 32.75 y estarías creando un nuevo mínimo local de acá en esta estructura y eso te llevaría a buscar un nuevo mínimo. Así que por ahora tiene más cara alcista que bajista, estás más cerca de poder lograrlo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es romper estos $37, es lo que yo diría 37 para arriba y 35 para abajo. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, eso es Celsius. Vamos a darle a XRP, ¿cómo de que no? Tenemos a
XRPP.
y tenemos a Mr. Garlic House, garlic bread in here.
Mexican garlic bread.
Mexican garlic bread. Dale, no, there's not an Olive Garden in Mexico, but it would be called Olive.
There's Olive Garden here.
Is there?
Yeah, there's an Olive Garden downstairs on our building.
Oh, hang on, that makes sense. You guys are in a touristy zone.
Yeah.
Bunch of
And it's
gringos.
just as dog shit here as it is in America.
I would not expect anything more. It's good to know, though.
On monthly on XRP, momentum is still to the downside, just like it's on Bitcoin. However, Hopium's volatility is contracting, and it actually does look pretty good from a candle basis because it's still holding the 5 EMA, and it has yet to make a lower low. It's as of right now, this monthly candle is shaping up to be a nice hammerhead after this pretty much 2 months of red. What I would want to see as a confirmation that we're probably going to continue to the upside is I want to see a close over this candle's open, which right now is at $2.15, and we're already over that. Not by that much, but we are over it. And that it wouldn't exactly give us a target of all-time highs, but it would give us a target somewhere around $2.66. And once you're in that $2.66 area, the confirmation for you to go to all-time highs is you want to see a close over $3.03. At that point, you're not only going to go to new all-time highs, probably going to go a little bit higher, probably somewhere around $4. And then you would get momentum getting back over the moving average. Haven't quite yet gotten there yet. Technically, momentum is still to the downside, and a confirmation of a breakdown would be a close below this 5 EMA. Right now, it's at $2.09. Quarterly is still looking good. It's still we haven't gotten that follow through yet. We would want to see it close below this $1.76 area to get us our breakdown towards the low $1 area, but we haven't gotten there yet, and it's now starting to look like a little bit of a swing failure pattern. Momentum is still to the upside on the quarterly, with volatility still expanding, and we're still getting a buy signal on the jewel. Although the confirmation for expansion from here is not going to be very helpful, because you don't want to see it close over this big high, which is all-time highs. 2 week is now breaking into the bearish control zone with volatility support, and we've lost 38.2%. Right now, what would confirm this as our local bottom off of this 21 EMA is we want to see a close over $2.25. That would also give us a close likely over our 9 EMA as well, and like probably take us up to somewhere around 250. And then at this point, bears are going to have to step in, or we're probably going to go to all-time highs. Weekly is also flipping back up, getting out of the bearish control zone, approaching the bullish control zone, while volatility rejects. Some bearish hopium, though, is that we have this jewel sell signal. Let's mark this as the vertical line, putting crossing below yellow. It doesn't really happen very often in the bullish control zone. And that's it. That's all the examples we have. Not really that much. About 26% down. This one was a lot more. Although it did bounce up about 40% first. So not very helpful. And then lost 44% and 69%. Very nice numbers. How much have we bounced so far? Or how much have we gone down so far? Just about 33%, which beats that last move. Interesting. So it is possible, very based off of the numbers, that the bottom could be in. And we are now over the median as well by a good amount. Median's at $2.08. The last time that we were over the weekly median was basically back around $3. This was a rejection of the median. 5 days also getting momentum to the upside. Volatility, however, is still contracting. The jewel is now losing its sell signal in the bearish control zone. Last time that happened was all the way back in November of 2024, when this thing went literally 400% up in the span of like 2 weeks. Five-day, however, I forgot to mention, is still rejecting the median. Let's switch back to it. That's at $2.33. Get a close over that. That's what sends you up to the high twos. 2 day is now starting to flip down on momentum while volatility contracts, likely putting in a higher low, which we are bouncing right now at this 55 EMA. Although if we do close with red, it is likely going to tell me that we're probably going to go a little bit lower, down to right around this median, which sits at right around $2.12. Ever so slightly making a higher low from this wick low here, and then setting us up, taking out all the late longs. Daily is still flipped up, however, it's very close to flipping down. As long as it continues to reject from this 100, it will probably flip down, and it'll give us a move down towards this 38.2%, right around that 212 area. It's at 214, and probably gets a bounce from there, especially since the jewel is still giving us a buy signal and entering into the bullish control zone. 4 hours also flipping to the downside, supporting that short-term move down with volatility contracting. That would take us somewhere around maybe this 55 EMA to maybe this 200, right around this previous low, putting in ever so slightly higher low, puts us in the same 212 to 214 area. With the RSI. Nothing. Nothing. It was interesting to notice over the last few weeks that XRP never confirmed that monthly bearish divergence that Bitcoin did. Very interesting.
Yeah.
no real divergences really across the board. You only really start to see divergences in the 3-day. The 3-day has, zoom in on this, 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bullish divergence, and it is going to be active as long as you're closing above $2.03. Your next target is right now going to be bullish control zone, which right now sits at $2.80, right in that mid to high twos. Today also has many drives of bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're above 211, and your next move is right around 248 mid twos. And 4 hours RSI also supports the short-term move to the downside with 4-hour bearish divergence. We've already hit the bearish control zone. Target is right around $2.20, which we are right now, right about 220. So, quarterly is still flipped pretty strongly to the upside, and it's about to exit the bearish control zone. And it will be flipped up as long as you close over 107. Monthly is also flipped up to the upside, whereas Bitcoin is flipped down. And we are still within the bullish control zone, rejecting getting out, and we're flipped up above. We will remain flipped up above 273. So it does look like the monthly is about to flip down in the next 5 days, unless bulls can somehow manage to pump it up to 273 over before the monthly close. But we want to see what the pivot goes to at the next monthly open. Because if it is flipped to the downside and the pivot goes up or stays the same, then it's likely going to roll over. But if the pivot goes down and it flips down, then it's likely that on the next close, the bulls can flip it back up. Or by some miracle, they can pump it to 273 by the monthly close, then it'll flip back up. We've seen crazier things on XRP than a pump to 273 in 5 days. 2 weeks is flipped down, making it likely the monthly will flip down. Interesting. 2 week is right at the edge of the bullish control zone. It's going to be flipped down below 268. Weekly is starting to is flipped up, and it's right at the edge of the critical zone. It's rejecting the critical zone, and it will be flipped up above 224. 5 days also flipped up, rejecting the critical zone, flipped up above 198. 2 days flipped up, entering into the bullish control zone, and it's up above 196. Daily is it's flipped down, but it's right around the pivot right now. It's giving us a drop of death, and it's going to remain flipped down below 222. And 4 hours very close to flipping back up, right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and it will flip up above 219. All right. So this on the high time frames has remained looking good. Never really put in a confirmed local bottom by closing below one of the wick lows. It's still holding the 5 EMA. Its momentum is still remaining to the upside. Quarterly is still very strongly to the upside. What's looking more likely on the short-term time frames, based on the bearish divergence, is you are going to get a little bit of a pullback, somewhere maybe around 212 to 214, and from there, it'll put another opportunity to confirm a hidden bullish divergence, and that likely sends us up to high twos. And the high two areas is going to be the area for confirmation whether we're going to go to the all-time highs or not. If you can get a weekly close over somewhere around $2.35 to 240, that likely will send us up to all-time highs. It's not going to tell you you're going to break them, but once you're there, you're probably already given that you're going to break them. And maybe that $6 number will end up happening. And right now, the invalidation for all of this is getting even a daily close below $1.60, and it's probably going to go below $1. Right now, I'm taking short-term pullback into 212 to 214, and then I'm moving to somewhere around 230 to 240.
Great job, Mr. Garlic Bread. Thank you.
Nice.
Mr. Garlic Bread. Now we got Uklo for you.
Scam Altman.
Well, he's not the CEO anymore.
It's just like Jeff Bezos is not the CEO anymore.
I know, but it's different because Jeff Bezos already made Amazon a monster, and then he wanted to just go and do whatever without anyone saying anything. Cool.
Sail
But Octo is
on a
not
yacht.
like, yeah,
No,
Octo is not
Kitty
like.
is Perry in space last week.
Oh yeah. By the way, no one really fully understands what happened and why Katy Perry went to space and why Jeff's beautiful wife, some would question, went to space. The reason why is Jeff needs to do publicity to those strips that Blue Origin's going to be offering for people to go up there for like 9 minutes and then come back. So kind of like what we saw. And I'm 99% sure he was like, Katie, I'm going to give you a fucking fortune if you go. I need this for publicity. And his Trojan horse was putting his wife in there.
Mhm.
That was like, you're going to go because then they're going to know that I will take care of them. And that was like the pairing and why.
That's
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I always think of everything marketing wise, like how do you need to sell something and how you need to set it up? Because if I'm Katy Perry, you could tell Katy Perry was fucking terrified.
Yeah.
So she did it for probably $20-30 million plus, you know, Jeff's love of his life is right there. So it's as good as having him on board. And there you go, guys.
Like free
Marketing
money,
Clasper.
30 million. No, it's not going to go wrong. Why would I send my wife up there?
Yeah.
6-minute trip, 10-minute trip. Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd do it for 30 million.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, me too. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. Of course. Sadly, I'm not Katy Perry and don't have those phone bags, and he's not going to get a call. But anyways, let's talk about XRP. Estamos viendo la gráfica de XRP, damas y caballeros. Honestamente, esto nunca se vio bajista en altas temporalidades, no tuvo las mismas divergencias bajistas que Bitcoin. Nunca lo hemos entendido, pero es lo que está haciendo. Pueden ver que por ahora mínimo estamos por encima de todos los cierres trimestrales. Todavía faltan 2 meses y 6 días para cerrar esta vela, así que cualquier cosa puede pasar. Pero hemos tenido un zampompazo, estamos muy por encima de todos nuestros promedios. Se ve bastante bien y activa esta chingadera por acá. Vamos a la mensual, donde podemos empezar a ver un poco más de esto. Habíamos creído que estamos rompiendo o podríamos romper justamente, pueden verlo ahí. Les pongo esta línea con estos altos, justamente donde pasan y donde encontramos este fondillo de básicamente de romper los 1.60 para abajo. O sea, yo diría que esto está cocinado, pero por ahora estamos por encima del promedio del 5, encima del 9. Vamos por acá. En el HPDR, que es un cagadero, por supuesto, por lo volátil que es esta madre. Estamos bastante altos en la zona de por acá, es lo que hemos estado viendo, pero estamos consolidando y reagrupándonos. Básicamente un cierre de estos en 5 días y 8 horas en la mensual nos debería dar un siguiente objetivo de los 2.66, 2.72 más o menos por esta zona, y eso básicamente te garantiza ir a altos históricos. En realidad cualquier cierre arriba de 2.40 nos pondría en esa posición, pero por ahora vamos paso a paso. Volatilidad no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada. Podemos ver que volatilidad está contrayendo en la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas estamos por debajo de la media, debajo de la zona azul, siendo rechazados por el 9 y el 5. Definitivamente queremos pasarlos. Arriba de 2.26, eso nos va a dar un viaje gratuito a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.50, y de poder romper los 2.50, eso nos debería llevar a los $3. Empieza a perfilarse este desmadre bien. Semanal, volatilidad contrayendo también, en lo que estamos viendo un rechazo del 9 por ahora, pero estamos por encima de nuestra media en los 2.08. Siempre y cuando estemos por encima de esa media, tendremos un chance a poder ir y cerrar esto en 2 días y 8 horas en 2.44, lo que eso básicamente nos pondría en postura para volver a regresar a ver esos altos históricos y pasarla bien, pasarla chido. Todo el mundo festejando, XRP es la nueva moneda del mundo, aunque no funcione para nada más, etcétera, ¿no? Como todas las criptos, por cierto, no tengo nada en contra de XRP o de cualquier cripto. En realidad las narrativas son muy divertidas, me da absolutamente igual. Ok, semanal estamos viendo esto. Nos encantaría romper esos 2.17, 2.21 para poder rápidamente dar ese viaje a los 2.45 y que nos pongan esa postura de la que estamos contando. La de 3 días es una de mis gráficas favoritas porque te lo pone bastante sencillo, rompiendo básicamente esta resistencia que nos estamos encontrando con nuestro 34 y nuestro 21, y después llevándonos el 2.3 para arriba. Eso nos abre la puerta a ir a buscar la parte alta de la zona del 78.6%, que de nuevo 2.7 nuestra siguiente línea meme, que es lo que probablemente nos va a hacer el paro. Y ahora, diaria. Diaria, volatilidad está contrayendo, está preparado un movimiento brusco, está a punto de salir del 15%. Aquí, atentos, está en 14.68%, está por encima del promedio y esto quiere decir que algo está a punto de explotar en XRP a la alza o a la baja. A la alza, bastante sencillo, arriba de 221 y es una vez más lo que les estaba diciendo. 221 arriba. Perder los $2 para abajo. Es todo lo que tienes que saber. 221 para arriba, perder los $2 para abajo. Y ahora, algo interesante de este gráfico es esto. Ve la topera y no tuviste confirmación. Tu confirmación está justamente donde está el precio ahorita. Cerrando abajo de esta vela de los 218, esta vela topera entraría en vigor y probablemente nos lleve para abajo. Vamos a estar atentos, pero ya les di los niveles. Nada difícil de poder entender XRP, honestamente. Una de las tablas más sencillonas que hemos visto. Usa tu diaria. No necesitas grandes, tremendas herramientas para poder hacer esto. Pones simplemente tu EMA 100 y lo tienes como resistencia. Rompes a la alza donde está tu EMA 100, lo recuperas y levantas y tienes un cierre por encima de esta vela topera, ya chingaste, vas para arriba. Eso es básicamente XRP. Pierde esta zona para abajo. Ahí lo tienen. All righty. XRPP. Now we're going into the JPY.
Yes, some Forex.
Let's go see what a Japanese
You know that China and Japan are different countries.
Sir, you sound like a Japanese cartoon and I love it. Who's it? Can I tell you guys? I speak a little bit of Japanese.
Oh, wow.
Kuzeru wa mangeno no dozo. Mandata yo zemato. Kurimada zeru wa gatte no. Kazereko daimako. Just a little bit.
That's good.
Watching
yes.
Dragon Ball.
The shitty sushi.
Ah, shitty sushi. No, I don't. I actually always tell Belinda I speak Japanese and tell her these things, and she's like, "Shut the fuck up! You don't speak Japanese."
Oh,
But
just like how you speak Italian?
Italian, I do speak Italian. Hablo en españolini y agrego un poco de las letrinis al finalini de todo lo que digo. Prezzo, parece que estoy hablando un poco más el italiano para cualquier idiotini que no hable el españolini. There you go.
Oui,
See?
oui.
It's
Beanie.
very possible. Ah, French, enchantez-vous, mon chevaux père, comme ma petite camembert. Ah, savoyard de matineux.
That's
I
crazy.
do speak French, though. I
It
didn't say
sounds-
anything there, but I do speak French.
You know, looking at the JPY pair, I mean, it's kind of giving me confluence of what we're saying with Dixie. I mean, yeah, granted, we had a big dump. Awesome. We lost DMA 100. We're at major support now, though, and you really can't question that. We haven't been here since 2021. This was literally, and yes, we reclaimed it here and then consulted, but when we held this broke out bigly from this point, and anyone that was longing here at the SMA 200 really printed hard and had just like a legendary trade. So we're kind of there now. We're almost, you know. I personally wonder if we're gonna. So this is gonna be confluence. So we're either gonna see this rise. This is gonna hammer head, which 4 hours before this weekly, it's looking quite nice. And you're just gonna see this move up, and then eventually this will end up looking like it did tap it, and it's front running it now, and this is just major support. We know that this area here is pretty important, and it does like to hold. You've seen pretty big moves from here already, and why people will look at this and say, well, you know, shouldn't we maybe lose this zone? Yes. More time you hit support, the weaker it has more of a chance to break down. But I mean, these reactions here led to big moves, and we weren't even like close to this SMA 200. So I have to look at either this is the front run and this is literally about to go all the way back up to 150s, or we have a little bit more down and this SMA 200 on the weekly is going to hold. and this will be the spot. And then that probably does correlate to Dixie and bottoming. And this kind of gives me confidence, this whole idea. This is why the Forex pairs are nice for anyone who's thinking about trading them. It's you have something like Euro, JPY, and Dixie. They all kind of like correspond with each other, right? It's like you're never gonna see Dixie red or green and Euro green. Like generally, they're always gonna be the opposite. Dixie green, JPY will be green, which is bad for Japan. They don't want their currency to go up. And so with all that, then you can base everything on, okay, well, my bias on Dixie is we are grinding on a bottom. We have more of a chance at least to go up to the SMA 200. We are at the 95% range. So then therefore we should start seeing USD JPY. Logically, we should assume that this SMA 200 is going to hold. Now, if this starts holding and we start moving up, next zone will be the weekly 9. Makes a lot of sense. It's right around where the EMA 100 is, right around that 38.2% as well. So that weekly 9 and weekly EMA 100 is kind of the spot. Like this is, if we can reclaim this, this will confirm to me that this was a bottom. And if we go up and come and reject it, it's going to confirm that, yeah, we're probably going to go here and then actually bottom from the weekly SMA 200. Now, notice how I'm not really talking about scenarios where this weekly SMA 200 is going to get lost. And that's just simply based on the fact that we really shouldn't front run that idea until it actually does get lost, because, you know, once it does get lost, yes, very bearish, very bad. But until that actually does occur, even on this major move down, did we not get a mean reversion bounce on first tap? We went down 16%. That's a lot for a currency, just so everyone knows. All the degenerates used to crypto. And then we did mean reversion, like we had a mean reversion bounce of almost 6%. And that's also really big for currency to move 6% in like less than 100 days. So, you know, you should be gauging some reaction here. It's not illogical, especially with where Dixie is. And that is the weekly view. So, you know, you kind of have like a range here based on some moving averages. Now let's look at the monthly. Let's like make these straight. It's always odd how they're not straight. And then notice how I don't really have too much here. I mean, we're just within this range, right? We can start looking though and being like, okay, well, what if we do lose the weekly SMA 200? Like, where could we start looking at the next zone? And for me, I mean, I'm really just looking at this area in confluence to this low here. So, you know, right now the monthly 34 should hold. And if it doesn't, yeah, we're going to see a major move down on JPY. 127, it's like 127 to 121 zone. Big range, I know, but still, point being, if you start really breaking away from specifically $137.40, you are going to see a major move down. But until then, I am hopeful that this monthly 34 is holding. And actually, when I'm viewing this monthly, this kind of makes sense. Like you would expect, honestly, this month to not lose the 34 if the idea is that the weekly is front running the SMA 200. And why would that be? Well, if we start like going down from this point, you know, we're going to lose the 34 and then, yeah, it's going to look more bearish. But if we can like front run the weekly SMA 200, bounce, get back above the 34, I'm going to be looking at that as bullish. And this just like took out all the stops before we're going to move up at very minimum to like 148 to 149. So, you know, we are at a really big zone right now on JPY. If you trade it, I am more bullish, but that will quickly change if you start closing any dailies, even under $137.55. That to me would signal a breakdown. That would signal a major shift in this range, and we're potentially going to be in a new range where now this is resistance and this zone will be support, and then we'll just see, you know, where everything is at that point. This would be pretty dramatic if this did occur, because then that would mean that Dixie didn't bottom, and we actually probably did go more down. Probably even broke under, yeah, like 95 again on Dixie, which would be interesting to see. So across the board, Forex is looking It's looking interesting. I definitely think May is going to be good across the board for all markets. It's just going to be bulls need to just keep holding this zone. Let's close above the daily 9 today. That's your objective on the daily. Let's hold the low of the hammerhead. So then that again gives me confidence that maybe the weekly is front running the SMA 200. So then therefore let's go to the 21. Let's back test the 9. Let's use this low as a stop loss and let's target 150s. That just seems really logical to me. Well, then you can play the other trade, find a euro short. Euro's a little harder because, it's just a little harder compared to Dixie and JPY in my opinion. But then you can even play the dollar too. Along the back test, stop here, boom. So, it's nice because all these will line up. You just have to have patience and understand the trigger. For me, though, it'll be a great sign to see the 21 reject and the back test of the 9. So that's what I'm going to be gauging. It makes a lot of sense to me. And last time we saw this, we couldn't hold the 9 and then we dumped. So on the flip end, I'd want to see the daily hold above the 9, which it is. I want to see it reject the 21. This forms a higher low at the 9, and this is nothing more than a back test before we go up. JPY is looking like it's grinding out of bottom to me, though, or it's at least trying to. At the spot we'd expect it, right around the SMA 200. Let's look at the 2-week. Oh, look at that. So more confluence. Yeah, maybe the weekly is front running the SMA 200 because the 2-week already basically tapped the EMA 100. And this 2-week now is turning into a green candle, which is nice. So again, just could turn into a hammerhead within 4 hours, and this could really signal a bottom. And if this does start hammerheading on daily, weekly, 2-week, where we're at, you're going to just have an easy invalidation, in my opinion, because Forex is very to the book. So if you put a massive hammerhead, let's fill out some of that wick. And like I said, the daily scenario plays out. Daily 9 holds, you long it, and you just kind of use this as your gauge for a stop, assuming that this does actually give you a hammerhead, though. So let's just see where this closes today. But across the board, Dixie's looking bottomed, JPY is looking bottomed, and I'm looking into May to see bullish. I'm looking into May to see Dixie turn bullish. Maybe April it's just choppy, fizzles out. That's what usual bottoms do. But May, I want to really see this move out of here and Dixie go back, specifically on Dixie back above 104.71. That'll be a really good sign to me. So yeah, it's looking pretty good. And if you honestly were paying attention to your moving averages the last few days, you could have probably caught a pretty nice trade here. Absolutely. Specifically on like the weeklies, right? This was very obvious, and I would have longed this if I saw, because I have my meme line. I see what has the reactions already. I know how important the EMA 100 is on a 2-week and also a weekly SMA 200. Lastly, you get confluence that if you start losing 137, next zone will be the SMA 200. And this just gives me confluence that, this is like a big area to hold for bulls here. So you should expect some kind of like mean reversion at minimum. They're not going to just let bears have a free ride down and break down to 125s, because once this gives, it's going to aggressively drop. So until then, watch for this. I'll just say one more time. Boom, hit the 21, most likely closes under the 21, and let's backtest it. And you can take your long, and your stop is just under April 22nd's low. Or you could even be slightly aggressive and have it here and just try to play the trend. But it's really looking pretty good, though, for our Dixie scenario of it grinding out a bottom. And probably euro is not going to be the reserve currency of the world. I'll quickly mention euro because it all, like I said, is in sequence. Why is euro slightly a harder trade, though? And why did I say that? It's just because it is above the 2-week SMA 200. You are above these wick highs. And that's why, for me, it is slightly harder to be more aggressive short on this. But that can quickly change, right? If we then start, maybe today, closing under here, okay, cool. Then I can maybe gauge that this was a top. I short here, and I take it to either the 9 on the weekly. I can close my trade. And this is how Forex is. It's very like little tiny moves, right? This short maybe prints. That's very good, actually. 2%. You close it. And then you can literally just either re-short it if the weekly 9 gets lost, or be real conservative and play the SMA 200. Because last dump, that was your sign, right? The SMA 200 on the weekly got lost, and then we dumped and dumped. So if JPY is going to go up, Euro is going to go down, which is a byproduct of Dixie bottoming. So use that Dixie to guide your Euro and JPY trades. That's what I used to do when I would trade Forex. And that's it. Because if you're right on Dixie, everything else will fall into place. So no surprise that JPY is looking good. Dixie's slightly looking bottomed, and Euro's looking topped. It's very nice. So yeah, that's all I have. Hopefully that did make sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I don't know why I'm making voices, but here we go. JPY, el famoso yen japonés, damas y caballeros, contra el dólar. Recuerden, como tenemos al dólar primero, estamos midiendo esto en dólares. ¿A qué me refiero? Cuando volteamos a ver el peso mexicano acá, que está a 25, a lo que sea, es cuántos dólares, cuántos pesos compran un dólar. Y acá es lo mismo. ¿Cuántos yens compran un dólar? A lo más alto que ha llegado, el equivalente del peso a 25 es 161 acá, para que lo tengan en mente. ¿Ok? Y ahora, estamos ante una tendencia alcista. Estamos viendo una gráfica mensual, por supuesto. Esto es septiembre del 2022. Ahora, quiero que entendamos varias cosas. Estos movimientos potentes del dólar nos llevan normalmente, cuando estamos viendo al yen tan castigado, nos lleva normalmente a correcciones importantes en el mercado. Esto fue lo que nos dio el mercado bajista. Enero del 2021 no fue tanto, pero aquí es donde empieza. Marzo del 2022 hasta octubre del 2022. Toda esta zona fue nuestro mercado bajista del 2022. ¿Ok? ¿Esto qué fue? Junio, julio del 2024, el yen carry trade, va a explotar el mundo, bla, bla, bla. Justo eso, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿cuál fue esta? Esta fue la última, en enero, donde vimos no el fondo, el inicio del fondo del mercado de lo que hemos tenido localmente. Entonces, cada que ves esto subir, es malo para la bolsa, hace que la bolsa baje, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo? Esto había bajado hasta acá, que eso es bueno para la bolsa, pero se encuentra con el promedio del 34. Están viendo un gráfico mensual, para los que se pregunten por qué vergas hay tan poco información. Estos son cada un mes. Ahora, pongamos atención. Estamos creando estructura alcista. Nuevo, alto más bajo, bajo más alto, alto más alto. La pregunta acá es, porque creaste un bajo más alto y un bajo más alto también en esta vela. No creaste un alto más alto. ¿Qué es lo que seguiría? Un alto más alto. ¿Y eso qué significaría? Otro fondo en el mercado. Ahora, local. No estoy hablando de fondo total, local. Siempre recuerden eso, por favor. En cuanto estamos viendo este gráfico, ¿dirías que es bajista? ¿O dirías que es alcista? Esa es la pregunta del millón. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante entender esto en relaciones con el dólar? Esto es bastante fácil en realidad para hacer dinero. Aquí te tienes que meter en una apuesta long a que el yen japonés va a perder terreno contra el dólar. Eso quiere decir que el dólar va a subir en contra del yen japonés, y es esto lo que estamos buscando. ¿Qué nos hace pensar eso? Uno, solamente es el segundo retesteo del promedio del 34 desde abril del 2021. Normalmente en un segundo retesteo no vas a romper. ¿Qué vas a hacer? Vas a rebotar. Eso es lo que le favorece las probabilidades en este momento. No nada más eso. Estás creando este mínimo, y para que lo vean, este mínimo es un mínimo más alto. Entonces, por ahora, el que estemos aguantando el 34 me hace pensar que esto está ante un rebote. Y cada que tocamos esta línea o le hacemos un front run, como lo hicimos acá o acá, tienes breakouts, ¿no? Mínimo te debería llevar a la zona de los 150, 149. De ahí, la pregunta va a ser, ¿puedes romper los 150.47? Porque eso te llevaría con altas probabilidades a crear un nuevo alto histórico en esto. Déjenme ver una cosa. A mí me gusta ver estas tablas, honestamente, en la de 6 meses, aunque es muy de hueva para mucha gente. Denme un segundo. Efectivamente, hemos estado mucho más abajo en esto y continuamos subiendo. Esto nos dice que una vez que pasemos estos 161, vamos a tener un viaje a 248 o vamos a llevárnosla tranquila y ponerlo justo acá. ¿Ok? En los 176 es lo que yo diría sería nuestro siguiente objetivo, porque la última vez que tocamos ese objetivo fue en el 78 de esa forma y luego en el 86. Eso sería una crisis de no mames. O sea, esto, si llega el yen a esta zona, que es básicamente el equivalente al peso a 27, estás hablando de algo que pasó estilo la pandemia, ¿ok? Para que entiendan el nivel. Ahora, en la de 6 meses, estamos todavía por encima del promedio del 9, apoyándonos en él, que no lo habíamos tocado desde enero del 2022, y eso nos dio un movimiento súper brusco a la alza. Ahora, le hicimos un front run, no tocamos al 9 y eso nos pone que tiene mucha más fuerza esta vez el precio. Estamos por debajo del 5, el 5 está en 130, en 146. Volatilidad está dándonos nada, ya nos había dado este pompazo, ahora se está yendo de lado. Ok, con eso dicho, déjenme pongo el HPDR que funciona en esto perfecto. ¿Ven? Venimos de acá, deberíamos de consolidar por acá. Faltan 2 meses y 6 días para cerrar esta vela. No sé qué tanto. No, el HPDR funciona mejor en temporalidades más cortas, por lo que no voy a usar esto. No importa cuántos datos tenga. Quiero verla anual rápidamente. Anual, ok, por encima de todos los promedios, perfecto. Bien, creando nuevos máximos, sí. Anual, esto, el dólar contra el yen continúa en una tendencia alcista. Pueden ver que este tope es mucho más alto que este, y estos son topes de los 88, ok. Esto nos quiere decir que si volteamos a ver esto, no mames, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso, el más grande de toda la historia. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Este movimiento, ¿dónde nos pondría? $171. Sí, efectivamente, tiene confluencia con lo que estoy diciendo. No lo había visto. Este es un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido de 2 años. O sea, este es un fondo. Esta es una estructura tradicional de fondo y esto está en una tabla anual, cabrones. Esto normalmente es alcista. Esto tendría que ser alcista y está rompiendo a la alza. ¡Wow! Ok, entendido. Vamos a la trimestral. Trimestral, estamos literalmente rebotando en nuestro S&P 200. Aunque hayamos perdido nuestro 9 por ahora, rebotamos en el 200. Las únicas veces que habíamos tocado el 200, que fue acá, esto, porque veníamos de abajo. Esto quiere decir que el 200 estaba por acá, así, ¿no? Entonces, venimos de por debajo del 200. ¿Qué pasa cuando retomas algo como el SMA 100, por ejemplo, el EMA 100, que lo hiciste acá? Este EMA 100 no lo habías tomado de vuelta, no lo habías recuperado nunca, nunca. ¿Y qué ocurrió una vez que pasaste esto? Máximos locales. ¿Qué va a pasar una vez que recuperes el 200 y lo confirmes con este? Este es el rebote, ¿no? Porque lo rompes a la alza. Y primero te rechazó acá, te rechazó acá, te rechazó acá, lo ganaste, veniste a testearlo, lo volviste a ganar, veniste a testearlo. Y ahora este testeo debería de ser lo que te lleva a nuevos máximos históricos. Eso sería una absoluta brutalidad. Está cotizando en 143, 146 es el número mágico a vencer. Una vez que 146 yens por dólar se vuelve una realidad, vas a ver esto explotar a la alza. Ser un poco más de confluencia en eso. Nuestro 34 en este momento estando ahí. Sí, puta madre. Ok. 2 semanas tenemos volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída, pero fue nada, literalmente hizo esta payasada. Ya está yendo de lado, no es un setup potente. Lo que sí podemos ver es esto, ¿no? Sí. Básicamente vas a regresar a retestear esta zona, sea para continuar para abajo o para romper a la alza. La otra cosa es, acá tienes también un hombro, cabeza, hombro normal. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. Si llegas a romper la zona de los 139, que es justamente esta, donde está el EMA 100, entonces Estados Unidos va a entrar en una crisis potente, el dólar va a valer nada y el yen japonés va a subir como loco. Pero de no poder hacer esto, vas a tener un movimiento contrario al equivalente que sería esto. Este movimiento para abajo, si lo llegaras a romper, te llevaría a los 117, nivel que no habías visto desde el 2022. Esto de reventarlo en contrario a la alza, te llevaría a los 180 una vez más, a la zona donde estábamos platicando, donde los 170 más o menos, donde claramente vamos a encontrar un fondo de mercados potente. ¡Wow! Semanal tienes el SMA 200 por acá que no tocábamos desde el 2021. Muy probablemente o le estamos haciendo el front run o lo vamos a tocar. Yo creo que le vamos a hacer el front run porque ya estamos acá apoyados en el 34. Un velazo verde de 2 semanas potente. Y acá lo que probablemente nos va a llevar es a la zona de los 144. Eso nos pone cerca de los 146, que son muy importantes. Y ver el yen más de cerca no vale la pena. Esto es como ver el peso mexicano. Es igualito, ¿ok? El peso mexicano toca fondo contra el dólar, o el dólar toca fondo contra el peso mexicano en los 16.3 hace un año. En un año brincamos hasta 21, 29, que son 30 y tantos %, y ahora estamos acá. Para mucha gente se sesgan porque no sé por qué creen que esto son parte del equipo del peso o no, no es como que están haciendo ni vergas en eso, pero bueno, la cosa es, esto, para empezar, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro otra vez, y esto fue el patrón de, ¿cómo se llama? Invertido, que es el patrón alcista que nos llevó acá. Acá lo que está haciendo es creando un alto más bajo, digo un bajo más alto. ¿Qué sigue después de un bajo más alto? Un alto más alto. Y mi siguiente zona van a ser los 21.8, 21.9 pesos por dólar. Esa va a ser la siguiente. Yo voy a esperar a encontrar el fondo del peso mexicano contra el dólar cuando cuando el mercado americano haga suelo oficialmente. Todavía tengo esa opinión. Por ahora, el peso parece estar ganando terreno contra el dólar, pero simplemente está encontrando un nuevo bajo más alto para después ir a hacer un alto más alto en esta tendencia alcista en la que está tan fuerte. Así que ahí lo tienen dólar JPY. Señor Farhan, what do we got? Oklo?
Yes, sir. Luna just finished up her nap and she wants to be pet now. Probably gonna hear a little meow.
Good for her. Good for her. What a life.
She lives a better life than most humans.
Yeah, no fucking question about it. Pets, dude.
On the 2-week right now, we have lost the 21 EMA, which is a very significant move because we've been above it since this initial rally started, and then we reclaimed it. So actually, right now it's just I didn't actually see that. I was thinking that we were right on this video. So actually, being above it is very nice as long as we can close, which is in 3 hours and 12 minutes. That would be a deviation of this 21 EMA, and at the very least, it would bring you back up to somewhere around this 9 and 5, around the $26. But as of right now, it still isn't a downtrend, and you should be looking for the trend to continue and that this to be resistance until proven otherwise. And right now, momentum is very still to the downside, but it's very extreme low, and it does line up with the mean reversion bounce, and that would take you somewhere around that 5 and 9 EMA and towards the edge of the bearish control zone. If you can close over the edge of the bearish control zone back out of it, that would line up with closing over this 9 EMA. And then you should get a retest of somewhere around this breakdown zone about like $35-ish. It's still technically a lower high below that area, but once you start to get over here, that's where above this area, that's where it starts to look good. Right now, volatility is just about to start to contract while momentum is starting to shift up, telling you it's likely just going to be a lower high. And the jewel on the is also giving you a sell signal, and it's been giving you a sell signal for 1, 2. This is the third period of a sell signal. Weekly is now flipping back up, going along with the idea of a mean reversion bounce with volatility going down. And the jewel has now given you that sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow in the bullish control zone and a God mode background. Let's mark this with a vertical line. We don't have a yellow line anymore, but we can still do the sell signal with the God mode. And that should be it. I don't think this data is going to be very useful though. So let's just remove those. Let's go to where. Oh wow, this is the first one with scam opening. Oh, the second one, I mean. No, the first one. So not really much use out of only one example. 26% so far. 5 days also going to be doing the same thing, most likely. Yeah, 5 days very close to getting into the bullish control zone, but volatility is still contracting. And 5 days, jewel is still giving you the same sell signal as the weekly. Getting over somewhere around $26 is where you're going to start to get a bigger bounce into the mid 30s. 2 day is now giving you a silver cross to the downside, and our rejection point is basically exactly on that silver cross. So as long as we're below it, probabilities are to the downside. Volatility, momentum is getting pretty high to the upside right now, getting to 85. Not quite topped out, but very close. And volatility is also getting very close to being topped out. Right now, the jewel is giving you a buy signal and very close to breaking out of the bearish control zone. It does line up with the mean reversion bounce. Daily is also getting pretty high up, not quite topped out yet, but volatility is still contracting. And on the daily, we're getting quite a nice buy signal. We're getting the pink crossing above the yellow within the bearish control zone, and the light blue breaking out of the bearish control zone. So mark this with a vertical line. We're around here. See when we had it in the bearish control zone. One example here. This is probably going to be the only example that's usable. Oh no, we have another one here. I just don't know if this was when he was in the company or not. I don't know the date when he joined.
What year was it? Yeah,
2024.
2024. Yeah, of course. He was not in the company in 2023.
So
Like
these
late
2024
2023 is
examples
when
are
he got in.
usable then.
Say that again?
So these 2023 examples, 2024 examples are usable then.
Yeah.
We got it. So this one probably not going to be usable. Let's go over here and see how price reacted. Yeah, got a decent move up. 1.27%, as I say, decent move. $11.9%. All right, that's starting to be something. Double digits. This one's a lot bigger. This one immediately about 53%, and then over a long enough time, 366%. And as of now, well, this is the last one. We'll do this one as well. No, this is this one. As of now, we have gone up how much? 13%. We have hit the high end number. Interesting. 4 hours also getting quite high on momentum. Lines up with us hitting the 88.3%. But as of right now, we are above the 88.3%. And if we do see a close over that area, especially the 55 EMA, I'm going to be looking for a move into the 100, which is not really that much higher That's sitting at $26, and that's the area that you want to start closing over to get it moving to the mid 30s. Two-week has 3 drives of bearish divergence currently confirmed, and it will be active as long as you're closing below 24.65, very close to invalidating that. Let's see if that will put in any other divergences. Oh, yes, interesting. So we went below these levels here on momentum while technically putting in a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence off the back of this bearish divergence. So invalidating this this bearish divergence will also confirm the hidden bullish divergence, and that will give you a move up into, which is going to update, but the bullish control zone right now it's sitting at $43.56. That would be above this previous lower high. So you can be somewhere around this zone here, which is a significant level of resistance. Let's mark it with a mean line. Oops, yeah, right there. Oh, interesting, just at $45, right close, right around that RSI target. So maybe it doesn't update. Weekly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, as long as you are closing above. What number is this? $23.93. And your next move would be right into $26, right in this cluster of moving averages. Not really that much of a move up. And beyond there would be the bullish control zone sitting at $49.96, right around this mean line. 5-day currently has 3 drives of bearish divergence, although it's close to invalidating it, and it will invalidate if you close above 23.74, and that would give you your hidden bullish divergence. Nothing on that. 2-day has active bullish divergence as long as you're above 1989. Right now, you are still using the silver cross as a rejection. If you can start to close over this area, that'll give you a move into the bullish control zone, which sits at 36.47, mid 30s. Daily has active many drives of bullish divergence. It will be active as long as you are closing above $23.69. Nice number. And your next target is somewhere around, this is pretty ridiculous. I don't think it's going to go here. I think it's going to update, but right now it's $77. Probably going to update to a lower number. 4 hours going along with the idea of a short-term pullback first, though. We're about to confirm a drive of bearish divergence. It will confirm if we close below 24.13. That should give you a move into not that much lower, right around $22, $23. See if it lines up with any of our, lines up with the RSI target of 22.48. Likely bounces there and probably continues on to 26s. Oops. Momentum is pointed pretty sharply to the downside on the 2-week, and it will be flipped down below $54.50, and you're entering into the bearish control zone. Weekly is starting to, well, it's still flipped to the downside, but it's getting very close to the pivot right now, and it will flip up above 27.57, just above our 26 area. 5 days also not quite as close to flipping up, but it will flip up if you can close above $30.13. 2 days already flipped up, getting too close to the edge of the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up above 21.50. Daily is also flipped up above 22.93 and entering into the bullish control zone. And 4 hours also flipped up with volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and it's entering into the critical zone, and it's pointed up above 21.74. So in the higher time frames, this thing still is bearish. It's in a downtrend. It has momentum sharply to the downside as long as you're below $54.46. However, on the lower time frames, the momentum is starting to pick back up, like the 2-day and lower. And it does seem like we're going to continue this bounce. First, the 4-hour bearish divergence likely gets a move down to somewhere around $22 to $23. Probably bounces from there and then continues on to somewhere around 26. If you can start to close at dailies over $26, preferably 27.50, that will reverse momentum on the higher time frames, not exactly the high time frames, but the medium ones, back to the upside, and that will give us a move into somewhere around $35. Even that would still be not really doing much for the macro. You'd want to see a close over somewhere around $45 to really see a shift in the macro direction, and that would take you to pretty nice nuance on highs, all-time highs. But as long as you're below $45, probability is still are to the downside, and these are just going to be bear market bounces before going lower. But as of right now, I do think it's going to go slightly lower before testing somewhere around 26. And then 26 will be the real zone which tells us if we're just going to immediately break down or if we're going to continue up for a couple more weeks.
Yes, indeed, senor. Yes, in motherfucking indeed. Thank you so much. Beautiful Christmas tree pattern.
And a little bit of a head and shoulders too. Massive head and
Oh,
shoulders.
well, it's a massive, massive head and shoulders. The balls are just not as big as the dick.
The cock and balls pattern.
It's the traditional cock and
It's
balls
It's the
pattern.
BBC pattern.
It's the balls, the beautiful cock, and the balls.
The most beautiful cock ever. Believe me, I've seen a lot of cocks.
Oh no, I'm sorry that you have. It's unfortunate.
Hey, I got
I've seen a lot of penises.
Got a
lots of
video of you in
penises.
front of a P1 saying you love cocks.
Fuck you. You did send me that. But you're taking it out of context. It doesn't count. By the way, this would be extremely negative, obviously, the number, which makes it impossible. Okay. Thank you. Vamos a empezar con Oklo, la empresa de Sam Altman de energía nuclear, de mini reactores nucleares. Ahora, importante, les dije y se los dejé en X a los dos güeyes que todavía me siguen por ahí, que Sam Altman renunció de ser el CEO de esta empresa. Ahora, no tiene nada de malo tener a alguien que no sea el CEO de la empresa, pero normalmente eso pasa ya que una vez la empresa es exitosa, como Jeff Bezos dejando Amazon, Bill Gates dejando Microsoft. Es como, esto todavía no es exitoso, carnal, y ya te está saliendo, no les voy a mentir, he eliminado mi posición por completa. Me cagué vendiendo por acá en los 50 y tantos, la mitad, y vendí mi otra mitad acá. Y sobre todo entendamos que el tío Salo tristemente estuvo acumulando en esta parte baja, entonces vender acá todavía me saca. Este era mi promedio. Solamente un 107% a la alza. Y en la parte alta, espérense, eso fue una mamada. 380%, güey. Ok. ¿Qué estamos esperando del gran Sam Altman y de todo esto en estos momentos? Honestamente, la cosa no está pintando nada bien por ahora. Voy a llevarlos a la de 2 semanas. No les voy a enseñar más temporalidades porque definitivamente no tienen los suficientes datos. Esta empresa antes fue una empresa de algo más y acabó siendo esto que estás viendo acá, Oklo, a través de un SPAC. Ok, estamos por debajo del 78.6%. Este movimiento nos está diciendo que ya, porque aquí nos topamos con el 95%, que esto está cansado y que necesita consolidar un poco más en esta temporalidad. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal nos cuenta un poco de lo mismo, entrando en esta zona. El HPDR no sirve para nada en este gráfico, ¿entendido? Lo vamos a eliminar. Aquí, honestamente, lo más fácil es simplemente seguir la tendencia que estamos viendo, ¿ok? Déjenme elimino mis picos. A nadie le importa eso, vale. Ok, ¿qué es lo que estamos? Tenemos este máximo y hemos caído desde el máximo de 50 y tantos dólares hasta donde estamos ahorita, 59%, hemos llegado a un 70% en la parte de abajo. ¿Estamos ante un rebote alcista o estamos ante vamos a nuevos máximos históricos? Nosotros pensamos que estamos ante un rebote alcista. Claramente la primera vez que vienes a tocar es el EMA 100, que lo hiciste acá en el 2024, en octubre del 2024. No vas a caer instantáneamente, tienes que hacerlo una y otra vez, por lo que encontramos este rebote como un rebote de alivio. Un segundo. No seas... Ahí está. Son 2 dedos, no 3. Ok. Me acabo de dar cuenta. Ok. Es la semanal. Los voy a llevar a la de 3 días. Es mi vista favorita exactamente por esto. ¿Quieres ser alcista en Oklo? Ahí te van problemas de esto. Para ser alcista en Oklo tienes que estar en este nivel, en los 40. ¿Ok? Hasta entonces no estás cambiando nada del paradigma de lo que estás viendo. ¿Quieres ser alcista a corto plazo? ¿Quieres definitivamente chingarte estos 26 que están acá a la alza? Una vez que los rompas, tu siguiente objetivo importante van a ser los 31, justamente acá. Una vez llevándote los 31 y esto, yo diría que vas a tener un buen una buena probabilidad de irte a los 43, pero por ahora, en donde estás parado, estás creando altos, bajos, bajos más bajos, altos, altos más bajos, y de ser rechazado acá, va a ser un alto más bajo. Ahora, ¿dónde nos pone eso en la tabla? Yo les había dicho hasta dónde creíamos que íbamos a llegar, que es por ahí de la zona de los $15. Eso es donde yo pienso que sería donde esto encuentre su fondo. Y para darme confluencia, aquí viene el S&P 200 de los 3 días en los 13 y cacho, lo que me hace pensar que va a seguir subiendo en lo que el precio cae. Por lo que yo soy bajista, tú puedes ser alcista a corto plazo o puedes ser alcista a largo plazo. Lo primero que tendrías que romper son los 26, después cerrar por encima de este tope y de ahí poder romper los 43 a la alza. Eso sí somos alcistas. Somos bajistas, lo único que tenemos que hacer es perder el promedio del 9, el promedio del 5, que está en los 22.73, y luego perder los 20, que es donde está nuestro EMA 100. Una vez que pierdas los 20, vámonos para abajo y a buscar esos $15. Ahí lo tienen. Oclo, damas y caballeros. Vámonos con la que sigue. Wait a second.
I'm gonna do Chipotle. I think Alex is in the restroom shitting his guts
Yes.
out.
I believe he ate Chipotle before actually just talking about it. So
Very
unfortunate.
interesting. I think he must have had it shipped overnight.
Oh, hang on. You know that they're opening, Chipotle's planning on opening locations in Mexico?
Oh, good lord, that's gonna be a failure within a year.
That's what I said. It is the stupidest fucking idea in the universe. Hey, Mexicans, you want to overpay for your food? And we'll charge you
Taco
for the
Bell tried
wok.
it.
Yeah, I know. And they failed miserably. This is going to be terrible either way. I can't believe it.
I've never been charged for guacamole in Mexico.
No, because that's retarded.
Okay, which time frame do I have data on? Let's do the quarterly. So right now, quarterly is getting a very strong bounce after sweeping these lows, and it's still maintaining over the 9 EMA. As of right now, it doesn't really give you that much of a higher target. It would give you a move into the median, but once you start to get over that median, that's what gets you back to all-time highs. Right now, momentum is very close to flipping back up, getting very close to the moving average, but volatility contracts to basically 0%. And right now, the jewel is curving back around and giving you a sell signal. Has it confirmed? Has not quite confirmed the sell signal just yet. It will confirm after this close. If you can close over the 5 EMA though, it's likely not going to confirm and switch back to a neutral. The 5 is sitting somewhere around $53, basically $1.50 away from where we are right now. Let's switch over to the monthly. Come on. Monthly right now is flipped down within the bearish control zone, while volatility is flipped up to support it. And that lines up with us losing this 38.2%. As of right now, the 21 EMA is resistance. If you can start to get over this 21, that will give you a move into this 38.2%, which still technically is a lower high, but it is a pretty, no, not even that much of a move up. That's like maybe $6 up from where we are right now. The beauty of stonks. And right now, the monthly jewel is giving you a pretty awesome sell signal with pain crossing below the yellow and the God mode background. Let's mark this with a vertical line and see how this was respected. Oh, we don't have very many examples. I guess we just do the God mode signals after that. And this is the last one. Back in the day, Chipotle burritos used to be less than $5.
Now it's only a cool $25 for a little burrito.
And if you get it delivered, like 40.
But at least you can finance it for 30 years.
You're telling me these loans are backed by Chipotle burritos?
All of the new loans that fail are going to be Chipotle burritos.
That scene from The Big Short.
Yeah.
Buy 50 millions of swaps right now. Okay, this one is kind of a failure, to be honest. It opened at 997, the low is 981. Complete failure. This one down 16%. This one Down about 22, 30%, same number as the first one. And from here, we are currently down about 22%. Let's take it about 30. 30 would bring us basically right down to this 55 EMA, right around $42.55. Two-week is now flipping to the upside, getting above the moving average and very close to getting out of the bearish control zone. But volatility is still contracting, telling you still in the lower high posturing, while the jewel is entering into the bearish control zone. Weekly is flipped up as well, getting out of the bearish control zone, very close to the reset point, and from there it would be taken into the bullish control zone. And volatility is now approaching zero. And the jewel's getting a buy signal within the bearish control zone. And we've made our way back into the 38.2%. Closing over this 100 wouldn't quite exactly confirm the move to the upside for me, but it would be very, very close to doing it. And if it closes over the 100, it's likely to close over the median too, and that's what will confirm it for me. And that move, that close over the median, though, even though it should give you a significant move, that's significant move in Chipotle standards. So even that's not going to get you that much higher. It's going to get you to maybe like 57 to 60 bucks. Boomers should start trading Chipotle. It barely moves. Let's do these bicycles in the bearish control zone with a vertical line. Okay, how many examples do we get? I think that should be good. Let's use this one. So funny seeing Luna try to fit under the space in the door. You're too big for that. 11%. Yeah, not really anything. 2%. Safe to say that's a failure. 34%. Well, actually 2% is not a failure if you work at Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan. Then you get a promotion.
By the way, do you know how many VPs there are at JP Morgan Chase?
No idea.
I think it was something between 20 and 30,000. Let me look it up exactly. So
Good
I don't
fucking
bullshit you.
Lord.
Yeah. Everyone's a VP. Everyone's a VP. Hang on a second. I mean, go on and I'll tell you.
24% immediately, pullback 44%, and then 83%. Damn, Luna really wants to get out. Can't let her out though. Fibonacci's gonna fuck her up. 9.91%, 24%, similar number. %. Let's take it somewhere around 12%. Brings us right to that silver cross at the 55 EMA at $54. And then if you take it to 30, brings us to around somewhere around $60 to $62. This is going to be the area where if you can start to close weeklies over this 62.43, you're likely going to go to new all-time highs.
Yeah, there's 30,000.
God damn. So then basically there's no relevance of the role.
Well, they have 300,000 employees, and it could be up to 45,000. No one knows exactly the amount, but it's pretty high. It's 10 to 15% of those employees.
But that includes the ones who works in the branches, right?
Yeah, there's VP. So that, dude, come on. Anyone that has a VP title on their name, that's what counts. That's a lot of VPs.
I guess since it means nothing, I can say I'm a VP for JP Morgan. On the 5-day, we're getting right at the decision point where momentum is at the reset zone, where volatility is at 0%. And we're over the median now. So it does make it seem more likely the volatility is going to play out to the upside. But since it's a Chipotle and it barely moves, it's going to give you at a maximum move of $8 or $9. 2 days also pointed up within the bullish control zone, while volatility expands and the jewel's giving you another buy signal. And now we're getting the pink crossing over the yellow within the bullish control zone. likely gets you a move into somewhere around that 100, around $55. Daily is also doing the same thing with momentum in the bullish control zone and volatility supporting it, and the buy signal on the jewel. Similar target is somewhere around $54, $55, which is that 200. 4 hour is looking like we probably get a pullback sometime soon because we are getting very extreme momentum and volatility while we're tapping almost the 97.5%. Jewel is now making its way into the bullish control zone. What I want to see is a close over this 100, which we haven't really been able to close over since basically this breakdown began. And if we can close over this 100, I would be looking for a back test of that 100, maybe a little bit lower to hit this wick high in this consolidation area, and then likely closes back over the 100 and gets back over the 100 and takes us into the 200. Same $55 area. The RSI. Uh-oh, clicked the wrong one.
That's just great, Bob.
Mr. President, you are fired.
You're fired. You're fired. You're fired. You're all fired. I don't like to have bad people working for me.
Pathetic. Quarterly has active bearish divergence. See if there's enough data for this one. 6 months has active hidden bullish divergence, and 6 month chart is basically vertical. And it's very close to invalidating though. It will invalidate if you close below $47.98, which we are dollars above right now. Will it confirm if it invalidates? No, we made a higher high. Monthly still has possible hidden bullish divergence. Interesting. And it will confirm if you can close above $59.19. That should get you a move into bullish control zone, which is only $8 higher at 67.72. Monthly divergence only taking you $8 higher. Wow. 2 week has 3 drives of bearish divergence. Very close to invalidating. If you can close above 52.32. This is in a down. Is it a 49.83? Technically, this also does have hidden bullish type. No. This closed lower. So no, there's no possibility of hidden bullish divergence. The 3 days about to put in another drive of bullish divergence in basically 2.5 hours. 1, 2, 3, 4 drives. That will confirm if you can close above, is it this one? Yeah, 51.50, very close to that number. And it would be reclaiming this 21. That'll give you a move into this bullish control zone, which right now sits at $60. Oh, interesting target. Today already confirmed many drives of bullish divergence. And your next target is 56.98. Daily as well, many drives of bullish divergence. And you're looking at, this is likely going to update. Don't think it goes to this number anytime soon, but it's $100. Is this? It's in slightly higher low. Is it a lower low? It is indeed a lower low, giving you bullish divergence on the 4 hour. And if you can close above $50.60, that will confirm, and that will take you into first target is going to be this 100, right around $55. And then the critical zone, which will update, but right now it's at $81. Momentum. Quarterly momentum is flipped to the downside. We have enough data for this one too, so we just get this one. 6 month is still with the it has a hidden bullish divergence and momentum is still to the upside, but it's dancing right around the edge. And it will flip down if you close below 47.87. And the last time 6 month momentum flipped down was in July of 2021 at the exact top. Before we went how much down? About 37% to the downside. How much have we gone down so far? Oh, right around 37%, 35.8. Interesting. Quarterly is flipped down. Is this a lower high? It is indeed. Quarterly has bearish divergence confirmed, and it's going to be flipped down below 66.63. Very interesting what that pivot is because our target is somewhere around $60. Monthly is also flipped down very close to the bearish control zone, flipped down below 62.19. 2-week is also flipped to the downside, getting very closer to getting a lot closer to the pivot though, and it will be flipped up above 55.76. Weekly is now flipped up, and it will remain to the upside above 45.55. 5 days also flipped up above $46. 2-day is also flipped up, entering the bullish control zone, and it will remain flipped up above $48. Daily is also flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will remain up above 48.11. And the 4 hours flipped up, entering the critical zone, and it will be up above 47.19. So the 6 months still remains bullish and still remains in a strong uptrend, and it still has hidden bullish divergence, and it will remain pointed up as long as you're above about $47.90. The time frames below there are flipping to the downside, but the pivots are around the area where we are targeting short term or short term, medium term. They're right around that $60 area. And if you can remain those to the upside, you will confirm hidden bullish divergence of those time frames, and that likely will take you to new all-time highs. Right now, the lower time frames are pointing up, giving us a move into somewhere around $55. If you can get a daily close over $55, that'll take you into somewhere around 60 to 63. And as long as you're below $63, it's still likely that it's going to end up going lower and the bounce is going to fail. Once you start getting closures over $63, that's what's likely to take you back into somewhere around your all-time highs. Doesn't tell you you're going to flip them, but if you can get a monthly close over that $63 area, likely will flip your momentum up, making it a lot more likely that you're going to go to new all-time highs. The invalidation for all of this right now is getting any weekly close below about, if you want to be aggressive, you could use for short $44.46. And well, yeah. And if you want to be a little bit more
As a
conservative, you could,
target?
for flipping momentum to the downside, like
Got it.
canceling the
Under
move up.
$44.
Yeah, if you want to invalidate that move up to $55-$60, you'd get a close below 44.46, and then basically you'd want to short the retest of this 100, and that likely ends up giving you a big breakdown. But right now, I don't think that happens. I think we get a bounce into somewhere around $55 to $60, and then from there, if we're going to break down, that's where we likely break down. I'm leaning towards not really breaking down based on the 6 month, and but I'm not also saying that we're going to go vertical line up. I think what's more likely to happen is probably grind out somewhere a range between $60 and $45 for the next couple of weeks, maybe a few months, and then I expect it to attempt another try at the highs somewhere around maybe third quarter to fourth quarter of this year.
Got it. Awesome. Well, you, sir, are done. It's Friday. Go enjoy the beach. I can hear your pussy all the way to here making noises. Meow, meow. Just in case people are wondering if I'm talking about something else. Of course not. Very respectful always here.
And of course not.
Of course. Anything else you want to add?
No, I think I'm good.
Very Natalie Portman of you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Enjoy your Friday, and we'll be on the chat.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Hasta luego, señor. Ok, vamos a ver, Chipotle para acabar esto. Vaya, Chipotle. Vean lo que hemos estado viendo. Estamos en un gráfico semanal, perdón. Y este es el gráfico que les había enseñado tal cual la última vez. ¿Qué habíamos tenido aquí arriba y por qué estoy enseñándoles esto? Es una divergencia bajista. Normalmente después de que tienes el rechazo de la misma, que fue lo de acá arriba, te da estos movimientos para llegar a un nuevo fondo. La cosa es, como en todo lo demás, hemos creado un fondo y ya nos vamos para arriba. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? Y habíamos platicado de justamente esto, pum, rebote y romper acá. Ahora, en todas las temporalidades, el buen Chipotle, y los voy a poner rápidamente en temporalidad alta para que puedan ver todo. Y ahorita regresamos a la semanal, que es donde está todo más fácil, para que puedan ver dónde está Chipotle. Chipotle ya está en una tendencia alcista por básicamente toda su vida, ¿no? Este fue el dip más grande de Chipotle, todavía más grande que el del 2008, tal vez. ¿Quién sabe? El 2008 sí estuvo cabrón, pero en realidad el bueno estuvo acá en el 2017, que fue cuando tuvieron los brotes de E. coli y todas estas cosas. Pero desde entonces hemos visto, ¿no? Altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, etcétera. Y es lo que continuamos viendo y es lo que esperamos continuar ver. Puedes ver que nuestro promedio del 5 simplemente en esta temporalidad está en los 50.23 y esto es la trimestral. El promedio del 9 está en los 50.23. Los voy a llevar a la mensual rápido para que vean lo que está pasando. Tenemos el 5 cruzando por debajo del 9, lo que nos demuestra debilidad, y tenemos justamente el 21 acá en los 51.96, que es donde nos estamos encontrando con esta resistencia en este momento y además esta línea meme en diagonal. Y esto es lo que es importante para mí. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que yo pienso, y ahorita vamos a analizarlo un poco más de cerca, es tienes que caer, regresar a la línea meme y después dar ese putazo a la baja. ¿Ya lo dimos o no? Es la pregunta del millón. En la mensual parece que sí, ¿no? Venimos hasta acá. Bueno, en realidad abriste acá, fuiste hasta acá y de ahí trepaste hasta acá. ¿Ya lo hicimos? ¿Podrías contarlo? Vamos a ver rápido el HPDR, a ver si nos regala un poco de información. Estamos viendo que estamos bastante bajo acá en la mensual, lo que nos pone una tesitura de que probablemente vayamos a retestear esta zona en los 57.60. Y de ahí probablemente hacer un alto más bajo que estos en los 69, 66 y acá 57 para no llevarte este 60. Una vez que te lleves el 60 vas a máximos históricos. Ese número guárdalo, $60, Chipotle, altos históricos. Y yo digo que puede ser un pre-front run con el 57, rompiendo la parte baja de la zona azul. Es donde sabes que vas a ir a la parte alta de acá y mínimo a la media, y la media te pone muy cerca de altos históricos. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Volatilidad está expandiendo ante, ¿qué es esto? No es nada, literalmente ningún tipo de movimiento, se está quedando como de lado, ¿ok? Entonces volatilidad no nos está ayudando con nada. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver que estamos intentando rebotar del 88.3%, haciendo el front run a nuestro EMA 100, que es esta línea roja que viene de aquí abajo, y estamos rebotando ahora al 61.8%. Para este rebote queremos cerrar por encima del 51.95, digamos $52 primero. Eso nos da una alta probabilidad de venir a buscar estos 55 por acá. Pero antes tendremos que lidiar con nuestro promedio del 9, esta línea meme en diagonal, y esto todo está en la zona de los 53, $54. Semanal, estamos a punto de llegar a la media. La media es donde nos puede rechazar y pueden ver que está cerca de esta línea. Esa media está en los 51.89, básicamente una vez más $52. Si tenemos este rechazo, muy probablemente vayamos a regresar al S&P 200, que está por ahí de los $41, pero de no tener el rechazo estaríamos hablando de irnos a los 55, que es un poco lo que esperamos. Y de esos 55 vamos a ver si puedes continuar e irte a los 57 y de ahí a los 60. Pero si lo queremos poner bastante sencillo, vamos a poner la de 2 días para ustedes. Vamos a quitar el HPDR y que vean esto. Esta línea viene del 2024, le hemos tocado 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 y a la sexta se rompió. Venimos a retestearla 1 y no la hemos venido a retestear una segunda vez. La segunda retesteada está en 52.57. Ahora, tienes también el S&P 200 por aquí arriba y el EMA 100 acá, lo que nos hace pensar que ante este rebote probablemente vayamos a ver algo así y de ahí probablemente dar continuación a la baja. ¿Esto se va a caer al fin del mundo? No, creemos que el fondo no está tan lejos en Chipotle. No importa lo que pase, simplemente porque normalmente nunca cae mucho. Es lo que hace. Pero ahora, pierdes esta zona en los 43 y, tío, empezaste a preocuparte porque los 30 y tantos vienen rápido. Pero por ahora, y vamos a ver si, a ver, voy a intentar sacarme algo del culo en este segundo. ¡Ja! Estamos en este paralelo a la baja. Puta madre, es perfecto. En Chipotle, ¿a dónde deberíamos de venir? A donde está el 100 y ahí rechazar e ir a... ¡Puta madre! Si esto juega, lo voy a pintar. Lo vamos a analizar en unas semanas. ¿Ok? Lo vamos a dejar ahí. Vamos a ver cómo juega esto. Pero es lo que estamos viendo. Eres alcista en Chipotle, quieres romper los $55. Eres bajista en Chipotle, lo único que tienes que hacer es básicamente perder los $48. Y con eso, vámonos pa' abajo, tío. Ahí lo tienen. Eso es todo, básicamente todo. Oh, estoy acabado. Dios, caballero, estoy acabado. Estoy haciendo bueno, estoy regresando completamente a ser carnívoro. Pueden ver las bolsas abajo de mis ojos. Eso es el azúcar que queda todavía en mi cuerpo. Bueno, a mí se me deforma toda la puta cara cuando hago esto porque me seca, pero se quedan todas las cosas del azúcar, tienen que eliminarlas y me hace ver del culo por 2 semanas. Pero no me importa. No me importa. Esto es un caso especial en donde a mí me pasan estas cosas porque no sé por qué. Mi cuerpo engorda así, pero me siento mucho mejor. ¿No? Estoy honestamente, muy cansado. Todavía no me acostumbro. Les mando un abrazote. Muy feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Espero que la hayan disfrutado. Espero que hayan aprendido algo. Espero que esto les ayude en cualquier trade que vayan a hacer. Y si no, recuerden, nunca es tarde para empezar a aprender. Pueden hacerlo completamente gratis. Tienen todos los recursos en el Discord. Y si no, ahí tienen todo lo que necesiten. Que sepan, nunca les voy a escribir, nunca les voy a pedir dinero, nunca les voy a decir que yo les voy a manejar su dinero. No tengo intención alguna. Soy un huevón. Hago lo menos posible de chamba en este planeta y definitivamente no quiero buscarme más chamba intentando mover tus $1,000, $2,000, porque hay muchos estafadores en nuestro Discord y en todos los Discords y también en los comentarios de YouTube, los comentarios de todos lados, para que sepan, nunca te voy a escribir. Farhan nunca te va a escribir, Alex nunca te va a escribir y tampoco te van a ofrecer nada. Todo lo que vendemos está en nuestro sitio web y nunca te vamos a pedir que conectes tu cartera cripto y no tiene nada que ver con esto. Nuestro Discord es absolutamente gratis, nuestro sitio, los tutos, etcétera, son absolutamente gratis, no te vamos a pedir nada. Y lo único que vendemos está en nuestro sitio, elitradingacademy.com. .us, perdón, y eso es lo único que vendemos. No te juro por mi vida, te lo juro, por más que creas que te escribimos y que no lo hicimos. Te mando un abrazo, disfruten su viernes, gracias por acompañarme y pórtense bien. Bueno, no tienen por qué.